Chapter 20. All right. Klein bowed slightly, took off his short top hat, and put it back on his head. He was imagining what sealed artifact 0-08 looked like. An ordinary-looking quill? Doesn't need ink for writing? Then what's its true use? So much so that it needs to be kept a secret and is considered very dangerous? Don't tell me it's a karmic pen that writes who dies? No, that's too heaven-defying. There's no need for Zangwill to flee. Just as Klein turned around and was about to leave, Dunn Smith suddenly shouted at him from behind. Wait, I forgot something. What? Klein turned his head, his eyes filled with puzzlement. Dunn put away his pocket watch and smiled. Remember to get the accountant, Mrs. Oriana, an advance of 4 weeks' salary, a total of £12. After that, you'll only receive half of your salary every week until the repayment is complete. That's too much. There's no need for that. It can be reduced, Klein said subconsciously. He wasn't opposed to the advance. After all, he didn't even have the fare for a public carriage back. However, receiving a huge sum of £12 at once still left him a little afraid. No, it's a must. Dunn shook his head and smiled. Think about it. Are you still willing to continue living in your current apartment? Even the bathroom has to be shared with several households. Even if you don't consider yourself, you have to consider the ladies. Besides, seeing Klein nod in agreement, he paused for a moment and sized up Klein's clothes with a smile. He then said meaningfully, That's right. He said meaningfully, Besides, you'll need a cane, and you'll have to buy a new suit. Klein was taken aback for a second before he came to a realization. His face immediately burned a little because the suit he was wearing was a cheap one. Normally, a top hat had to be made of silk and cost 5 to 6 soldi, a bow tie was 3 soldi, a silver-studded cane was 7 to 8 soldi, a shirt was 3 soldi, pants, vest, and tailcoat cost about £7, and leather boots were 9 to 10 soldi. In total, the entire set cost more than £8 and 7 soldi. Of course, a decent gentleman also needed a watch chain, pocket watch, and wallet. Back then, the original Banson and his brother, Banson, had lived frugally and saved up a sum of money. They went to a clothing store to inquire about the price, but in the end, they didn't even dare to bargain and left with their tails between their legs. They made do with a cheap shop near Iron Cross Street and bought a suit for each of them. The total cost was less than £2. It was because of this that the original owner had a deep impression of the price of clothes. Okay, Klein stuttered as he replied. Just like the original owner, he was also a person who cared about his reputation. Dunn took out his pocket watch again, opened it, and glanced at it. Or will you go to Mrs. Oriana first? I don't know how long you'll be staying at Old Neil's. Mrs. Oriana will be coming home soon. Okay. Klein felt very poor and did not object. Dunn walked back to the table and pulled one of the hanging rope. I'll ask Roshan to take you there. As the rope moved and the gears turned, Roshan, who was in the reception hall of the Blackthorn Security Company, heard the bell hanging beside her ring. She hurriedly stood up and carefully went downstairs. Not long after, she appeared in front of Klein. Dunn Smith smiled humorously. Did I disturb your rest? Well, take Moretti to Mrs. Oriana. Roshan quietly pursed her lips and happily replied, Yes, Captain. That's it. At this moment, Klein blurted out in surprise. Don't I need you to write a note or something when I go to the finance department to get my salary in advance? So? Dunn asked in puzzlement. I mean, don't I need your signature to get my salary in advance from Mrs. Oriana? Klein tried his best to use simple words. Oh no, there's no need. Roshan can prove it, Dunn Smith replied as he pointed at the brown-haired girl. Captain, our finance department doesn't seem to have any management here. Klein resisted the urge to lampoon as he turned to leave the room with Roshan. At this moment, he heard Dunn shout once again, Wait a minute. There's something else. Can we finish it in one go? Klein turned around with a smile. Go ahead. Dunn pressed down on Son's acupoint. When you go to Old Neil's, remember to collect 10 demon-hunting bullets. Me? Demon-hunting bullets? Klein asked in surprise. Isn't Welch's revolver with you? There's no need to hand it over. Dunn stuffed one hand into his pocket and said, with the demon-hunting bullets, you can protect yourself if you encounter any strange dangers. It will at least give you courage. There's no need to add the last sentence. Klein had been worrying about this matter, so he replied without hesitation, all right, I'll keep that in mind. I'll need to write an official document for that. Wait a minute. Dunn Smith sat down and picked up a dark red fountain pen. He scribbled a note, signed it, and stamped it. Thank you, Captain. Klein received it sincerely. He slowly took a step back and turned around again. Wait. Dunn shouted again. Captain, you look like you're in your 30s. Why are you showing signs of premature aging? Klein forced a smile and turned back. Is there anything else? I forgot that you have never practiced shooting before. It's useless for you to have demon-hunting bullets. Why don't we do it this way? Collect 30 normal bullets a day and take the opportunity to go to the streets, which is the underground shooting range at 3 Zutland Street. Most of it belongs to the police department, but there's a shooting range that belongs to us Nighthawks. Right, you still need to collect a badge from Old Neil. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter the shooting range. Dunn smacked his forehead and took the note from Klein. He quickly added other content and stamped it. A good gunner is trained with bullets. Don't underestimate them. Dunn passed the amended note to Klein. I understand. Klein, who was afraid of danger, wished he could go today. He took 2 steps out, then suddenly turned around cautiously and spoke after some deliberation. He deliberated and said, Captain, is there anything else? That's all. Dunn nodded affirmatively. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and walked all the way to the door. Along the way, he wished he could turn around again and ask, Is there really nothing else? He held back the urge and finally, successfully, left the keeper room. Captain has always been like that. He often forgets things. Roshan walked beside him and softly disparaged him. Even my grandmother has a better memory than him. Of course, he only forgets trivial things. Yes, trivial things. Klein, I'll call you Klein from now on. Mrs. Oriana is an amiable person. She's easy to get along with. Her father is a watchmaker. He's very skilled. Listening to the brown-haired girl's rambling, Klein stepped up the stairs and returned to the upper floors. He met Mrs. Oriana in the office on the right, that was the outermost. She was a black-haired lady in a flouncy dress. She looked to be in her 30s and had fashionable curly hair. Her green eyes were clear and smiling, making her look delicate and elegant. After Oriana listened to Roshan describe Dunn Smith's arrangements, she took out a note and wrote an advance receipt. Sign here. Is there a seal? If not, just leave a fingerprint. Okay. Klein skillfully completed the procedures. Oriana took out a copper key and opened the safe in the room. As she counted the gold pounds, she smiled and said, That's right. You're so lucky to have enough cash today. By the way, Klein, were you invited by the captain because you're involved in a supernatural incident and have a specialty? Yes, ma'am, your intuition is very accurate. Klein was generous with his compliments. Oriana took out 4 light gray notes with dark black patterns and locked the safe again. As she turned around, she smiled. Because I'm the same. Is that so? Klein expressed an appropriate amount of surprise. Do you know of the serial killer that shook the entire Tingen city 16 years ago? Oriana handed 4 gold pounds to Klein. I remember. Was it the bloody butcher who killed 5 girls in a row? Some took their hearts and some took their stomachs? When I was young, my mother often used this matter to scare my sister, Klein said after some thought. He took the notes and realized that there were 2 5-pound notes and 2 1-pound notes. They were all gray with black patterns, and there were complicated patterns and special watermarks at the 4 corners. The former was slightly larger, and in the middle was the fifth king of the Kingdom of Rouen, the direct ancestor of George III, Henry Augustus I. He wore a white wig and his face was round. His eyes were long and narrow, and his expression was abnormally stern. However, in Klein's eyes, there was an indescribable sense of intimacy. "This is a £5 note. It's equivalent to 4 weeks of Banson's salary." In the middle of the £1 note was George III father, the former king, William Augustus VI. This powerful man had a thick beard and a determined gaze. During his reign, the Kingdom of Rouen broke free from its old shackles and once again reached the pinnacle of the various countries. These are all good kings. Klein vaguely caught a whiff of the pleasant smell of ink on the banknote. Yes, if the Nighthawks hadn't arrived in time, I would have been the 6th victim. Mrs. Oriana's tone still had a hint of lingering fear, even though the incident had happened more than 10 years ago. "It sounds like that serial killer, no, butcher, is a beyonder?" Klein carefully folded the notes and placed them in the inner pocket of his suit. Then, he touched the surroundings a few times to confirm it. "Yes." Mrs. Oriana nodded solemnly. "He killed a lot of people in the past. The reason why he was caught was because he was preparing a demonic ritual. No wonder he wanted different organs." "Sorry, Mar-am, for reminding you of bad memories," Klein said sincerely. Oriana chuckled and said, "I've long been afraid. Back then, I was studying accounting in business school. After that, I came here. All right, I won't hold you up any longer. You still have to find old Neil." "Goodbye, Ma'am." Klein took off his hat, bowed, and left the office. Before he went down the stairs, he couldn't help but touch his inner pocket to confirm that the £12 was still there. He turned at the crossroads and walked to the right. Not long after, he saw a half-closed metal door. Knock, knock, knock. Amid the knocks, an old voice came from inside. "Come in." Klein pushed open the metal door and realized that it was a narrow room. There was only room for a table and 2 chairs. On the other side of the room, there was a tightly locked metal door. And behind the table, a white-haired elder in a classic black robe was reading a few yellowed pages under the light of a gas lamp. He looked up and looked at the door. "You're Klein Moretti? Little Rochun came over just now and said that you were very polite. Miss Rochun is really a friendly person. Good afternoon, Mr. Neil." Klein took off his hat in greeting. "Have a seat." Neil pointed to a silver-inlaid tin can with complicated patterns on the table. "Would you like a cup of hand-ground coffee?" The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and mouth were very deep. His dark red eyes were slightly turbid. "You don't seem to be drinking any?" Klein acutely noticed that Neil's ceramic cup was filled with water. "Haha, it's my habit. I don't drink coffee after 3 in the afternoon," Neil explained with a smile. "Why?" Klein asked casually. Neil looked into Klein's eyes with a smile. "I'm afraid that I won't be able to sleep well at night. That way, I'll hear the whispers of some mysterious existence." Klein was momentarily at a loss for words as he changed the topic. He switched to asking, "Mr. Neil, what documents and books should I read?" As he spoke, he took out the note written by Dunn Smith. "Things related to history, complicated and fragmented. To be honest, I've been trying to learn them, but I can only grasp the basics. The rest are too troublesome. Things like diaries, popular books, epitaphs, etc., 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 Neil grumbled. Neil complained. "For example, what I have here requires more detailed historical records to deduce the specific content." "Why?" Klein was a little confused. Neil pointed to a few yellowed pages in front of him. "These are the diaries that Roselle Gustave lost before his death. To keep it a secret, he used strange symbols he invented to record it." "Roselle the Great? Senior transmigrator?" Klein was taken aback as he listened attentively. As many people believe that he didn't really die, but instead became a hidden god, there have always been cultists who worship him who hold all sorts of rituals in an attempt to obtain power. Occasionally, we will encounter such incidents and obtain a few original or transcribed notes, Neil said, shaking his head. To this day, no one has been able to decipher the true meaning of those special symbols. Therefore, the Holy Cathedral allows us to keep the copy for research, hoping that there will be an unexpected surprise. Having said that, Neil revealed a smug smile. I've already deciphered a few of the symbols and confirmed that they're expressions of numbers. Look, what did I discover? This is actually a diary. Yes, I hope to use historical events from different dates, especially events around the emperor, to compare them with the records of the corresponding day in the diary. From there, I can decipher more symbols. A genius train of thought, right? The old gentleman with white hair and deep wrinkles looked at Klein with sparkling eyes. Klein nodded in agreement. Yes. Haha, you can take a look as well. You'll have to help me with this work tomorrow. Mr. Neil pushed the few yellowed pages to Klein. Klein turned them around, and with just a glance, he was stunned. Although the symbols were very ugly and slightly deformed, there was no way he would mistake them. This was because these were the words he was most familiar with, Chinese. And it was F*** King Simplified Chinese. Chapter 21. For an instant, Klein believed that he had transmigrated back, but the elegant gas lamp surrounded by brass grids and old Neil's silver-inlaid tin can filled with hand-ground coffee made him realize reality. This transmigrator senior, Roselle the Great, is really a compatriot? He's using simplified Chinese, which doesn't exist in this world, to record a secret? With an indescribable feeling of meeting an old friend in a foreign land, Klein quickly scanned through the 3 pages of the manuscript in his hand. November 18th. What a miraculous matter! A whimsical experiment and an accidental mistake allowed me to discover a pitiful fellow who was trapped in a storm and lost in the depths of the darkness. He could only approach the real world during the full moon every month, but he was still unable to transmit his cries over. He was lucky to have met me, the protagonist of this era. After writing the above paragraph, I read it myself and suddenly felt a little wistful. Even though it's written in Chinese, it unknowingly has a strong translation accent. 40 years passed in a snap of a finger. The memories of the past are really like a dream. January 1st, 1884. A grand New Year's Eve. Ma M. Floriner is truly a beauty. January 2nd, my gentlemen from the Foreign Affairs Council are all idiots. January 3rd, my choice back then was too rash. Now, from the looks of it, be it apprentice, seer, or marauder, they are all better. Unfortunately, there's no turning back. January 4th, why are my children so stupid? I've said it 10,000 times. Don't be fooled by those charlatans. No, those charlatans might have been fooled themselves. The key to potions isn't mastery, but digestion. It's not excavation, it's acting. And the name of a potion isn't only a symbol of its core, but also a concrete image. It's also the key to digestion. From Faisac in the north, Rouen in the east, and Fainapotter in the south, my enemies have finally come together, but I'm not afraid. I'll use facts to tell them that the generational difference in weapons and knowledge isn't something that can be made up for by numbers and low-sequence beyonders. Besides, it's not like I don't have subordinate. As for high-end beyonders, have they forgotten who I am? On the 23rd of September, I lost contact with the ship searching for the forsaken land of the gods. I should consider inventing wireless telegraphy. Hopefully, it won't be affected by the storm. The 24th of September. Miss Ithaca is more charming than Lady Florentine. Perhaps I am only nostalgic for my youth. But even so, Klein was still overwhelmed with emotions, especially when he read Roselle the Great's description of the key points of the potion. It made him feel as if he had found a way to solve the problem, and grasped a priceless secret. Perhaps this will be the guiding light for my future beyonder pathway. Yes, the 3 pages of manuscripts are diary entries from different periods. I can tell that Roselle the Great has the habit of only writing the year at the beginning of the year. For the time being, I can't determine which year the November and September pages belong to. Who was the poor fellow he discovered? What do digestion and acting refer to? Where is the forsaken land of the gods? Questions boiled in Klein's mind along with the pleasant surprise. It made him wish he could immediately gather Roselle the Great's diary and read it from beginning to end. Klein? At that moment old Neil, who was sitting opposite him, said in confusion. Klein snapped to his senses and hurriedly hid his smile. I thought I would be the most special one, so I wanted to try to decipher it. What a young man! Old Neil laughed and nodded. I also once thought that I was the most special one. Klein flipped through the 3 pages of manuscripts in his hand. After confirming that he hadn't missed anything, he handed them back and pretended to ask casually, "Do we only have these few pages? I want to see more of Roselle the Great's diary. Did you think there would be a lot?" Old Neil rubbed the manuscripts as he sneered with deep wrinkles. There aren't many incidents involving beyonders and mysteries every year. Sigh, it's mainly because those beyonder species are gradually dying out in our northern continent. Without them, there aren't any more potions. Therefore, there are fewer and fewer beyonders. Sigh, over the past few centuries, dragons, giants, and elves have become records in book. Even the sea race no longer appears in the coastal waters. Upon hearing this, Klein suddenly thought of a joke and immediately smiled. He immediately smiled and said, "I think it's time to establish the Dragon and Giant Protection Association." Old Neil was at a loss when he heard that. It took him a long time to understand what he meant. After figuring it out, he patted the table and laughed heartily. He wasn't gentlemanly enough. "Haha, Klein, you really are a humorous person. This is a tradition of our Rouen kingdom. It's never wrong for young people to be humorous. I don't think it should be too narrow. How can there only be dragons and giants? It should be called the Magical Animal Protection Association. No, no, no. How can we forget those pitiful plants?" Klein shook his head. At this point, he and old Neil looked at each other and said in unison, "Magical Animal Protection Association." Just as they said that, the two of them smiled in tacit agreement. The unfamiliar atmosphere from before had dissipated quite a bit. "There are fewer and fewer interesting young people like you. Where was I?" The wrinkles on old Neil's face suffused a smile. "I remember now. There aren't many incidents involving beyonders and mysteries every year, and the idiots who worship Emperor Roselle are the minority. It's already not bad that we were able to obtain 3 manuscripts. Yes, the other cathedrals or dioceses should have more." He muttered a few words and took the approval that Klein had long placed on the table. He glanced at it and said, "Is it a pistol bullet, a rifle bullet, or a steam pressure gun bullet?" "A revolver," Klein answered according to the actual situation. "All right, I'll take it out. Ahem, do you have an armpit holster? As a gentleman, you can't let your waist and below bulge out in public." Old Neil cracked a joke that all men knew. No. Do I need to get the captain to write it?" Klein played along and smiled. Old Neil stood up and said, "There's no need. It's fine as long as it's recorded. This is considered a set item." "Repeat after me," said item. "You were a teacher in the past?" Klein asked in amusement. "I spent some time at the church's Sunday school and free school." Old Neil waved the piece of paper, took out a key from the drawer, and opened the metal door that led to the inner room. "Beyonders and ordinary people don't feel that much different." Klein mumbled silently as he cast his gaze at the 3 diary pages on the table. Roselle the Great is indeed involved in the realm of mysticism. His diary is priceless. To others, it's just a piece of waste paper. It's unknown when they'll be able to decipher it, but to me, it's a treasure. I wonder where the rest of the diary pages are. I have to think of a way to find more. Klein's mind was in turmoil, unable to calm down until old Neil came out from the inner room and closed the metal door. 10 demon hunting bullets, 30 pistol bullets, a cowhide armpit holster, and a badge of the Special Operations Department's 7th Team. Count them, give them a try, and sign on the record book. Old Neil placed the items in his hand on the table. The pistol bullets were stored in a cardboard box, separated into 3 layers. They were neatly arranged, and just like the bullets in Klein's house, they were yellow and slightly slender. The demon hunting bullets were stored in a small metal box. They were shaped like ordinary pistol bullets, but they were silver-white in color. Upon closer inspection, there were complicated and dazzling patterns. At the bottom, there was even a small sacred emblem of a red crescent moon with stars on a black background. The cowhide holster felt sturdy to the touch, and there was a buckle on the belt. Beside it was a badge the size of half a palm. It had the words Awa County Police Station and Special Operations Department's 7th Team inlaid in silver. They formed a nearly closed circle around the twin sword surrounded by a crown. "It's a pity it's not a Nighthawk badge," Klein said, half feeling wistful and half probing. Old Neil smiled and urged Klein to try the holster under his armpit. After taking off his coat, Klein used a lot of effort to buckle the holster and stick it under his left armpit. Not bad. He didn't take it off again and put on his formal attire. Old Neil sized it up and nodded in satisfaction. "It's very suitable. My eyes are still as accurate as ever." After putting the other items into his pocket and signing on the record book, Klein chatted with Old Neil for a while longer before leaving. Halfway there, he suddenly slapped his forehead in annoyance. "I forgot to find out more about sequences and potions. It's all because of Roselle the Great's diary. Up until now, he still didn't know what the sequence of the complete pathway that the Church of the Evernight Goddess controlled was, which was sequence 9. Roshan seemed to have mentioned something about sleepless?" Just as Klein slowly walked towards the stairs, a figure came down. He was wearing tight pants that made it easy for him to move around. His white shirt wasn't tucked in, and he had a romantic air about him. He was the black-haired, green-eyed officer who had previously searched Klein's house. The two of them had already met upstairs, but they hadn't spoken. "Good afternoon," the poet-like young Nighthawk greeted him with a smile. "Good afternoon. I don't think I need to introduce myself, right?" Klein replied humorously. "There's no need. I have a deep impression of you." The young Nighthawk stretched out his right hand and said, "I'm Leonard Mitchell, Sequence 8 Midnight Poet." "Sequence 8. He really is a poet." Klein shook his hand gently and asked with a smile, "You have a deep impression of me?" Leonard Mitchell's green eyes were deep as he replied with a faint smile, "You have a special temperament." "Gay." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he forced a smile and said, "I don't think so. You encountered such an incident and didn't immediately accept our protection, yet you're still alive. That in itself is special enough." Leonard pointed ahead. "I have to take over as captain. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Klein turned to the side and made way. After he disappeared at the end of the staircase, Leonard Mitchell suddenly turned around and stared at the faint yellow light and the stone floor. He muttered to himself in the air, "That's right, that's right." He whispered to the air, "Did you notice anything?" Chapter 22. After going up the stairs and returning to the reception hall, Klein was about to bid farewell to Roshan when he heard the brown-haired girl say in a brisk tone, "Captain wants you to come back on Monday to deal with the chores at home first." "All right." Klein didn't expect the management of the Nighthawks to be so humane, and he felt a little grateful. He had originally planned on waking up early the next morning and taking the opportunity to go to Tianjin University while he was loitering outside in the morning. He wanted to find the teacher in charge of the interview and inform them that he wouldn't be participating in the follow-up segment. After all, the original Klein had entered the interview with his mentor's recommendation letter. Regardless, it was basic courtesy to finish what he started. Even if it wasn't for his own good, he had to respect his mentor's feelings. Since there were no telephones, telegrams were charged by letter, and there was no time to send a letter. Riding a public carriage was the most economical and suitable method. Now that he had the captain's special approval, Klein did not need to be so tired. He could wake up after a good night's sleep and leisurely go over. Klein was about to take off his hat to bid farewell when he suddenly recalled something. He looked around and suppressed his voice. "Roshan, do you know what is the beginning of the complete sequence that the church holds?" This was something he had forgotten to ask old Neil. Roshan widened her eyes and looked at Klein in surprise. "You wish to become a Beyonder? Was I that obvious?" Klein touched the corner of his mouth and answered awkwardly, "After knowing that the world does indeed have supernatural and mysterious powers, I can't help but yearn for them. My goddess, do you know how dangerous it is? Didn't the captain tell you? The enemies of Beyonders were not only cultists and dark warlocks, but also themselves. Almost every year, there would be people losing control and sacrificing their lives. Don't you think about your family's feelings?" Roshan emphasized her tone with her hand gestures, and her reaction was a little overboard. "Klein, I think it's better to be a civilian. There's almost no danger, and your salary will increase every year. After a few years, you'll have some savings, and you can rent a single-family house in the North District or near the suburbs. You can start a happy family with a charming lady, and you'll have a cute, naughty little angel." Roshan, stop. Seeing that the brown-haired girl was getting further and further away from the topic, Klein hurriedly stopped her with sweat on his forehead. "I just want, yes, to understand the basic common sense." "All right." Roshan fell silent for a few seconds, lowered her gaze and said in embarrassment, "Because of my father's matter, I'm always, well, you know, a little agitated when it comes to such matters. But, frankly speaking, I'm full of admiration for every man and woman who volunteers to become a Nighthawk." I understand. Klein quickly echoed. Rosen blinked her light brown eyes and added, "That's right. My father once said, don't think that becoming more powerful and becoming a high-sequence Beyonder will solve the latent problems and resist danger. In fact, it's the exact opposite. You will encounter more and more terrifying things. When you encounter some unknown and terrifying existence, madness and death are the only two outcomes." He sacrificed himself 2 weeks after saying that. "Klein, don't look at me with pity. I'm living a good life now, really good. You should be afraid of these things. I just want to understand the basic common sense." Klein didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he repeated his previous answer. "Mr. Captain explained it more clearly than you, and even if I don't become a Beyonder, I've already encountered something extraordinary, all right." Roshan thought for a while and said, "I heard from Captain and old Neil that due to the decline and extinction of Beyonder species, there are almost no high-sequence Beyonders in this era. It's already very impressive to become a Beyonder. Our Tingen city and the suburbs have hundreds of thousands of people, probably more, but there are only about 30 Beyonders. I didn't include those cultists and dark warlocks who live in the dark." Without waiting for Klein to speak, she seemed to regain her vitality and clenched her fists in front of her chest. "And among these 30 or so Beyonders, most of them are Sequence 9s. I seem to have gone off topic. It's all right, this is also common sense that I want to understand." Klein wished that Roshan could be like her usual self, rambling on and revealing more information. In short, to become a Beyonder is already very impressive, Roshan repeated. "The complete sequence that belongs to our church begins with sleepless, Sequence 9 sleepless." As expected, Klein nodded indiscernibly as he listened to Miss Roshan's description. "You should be able to guess from the name. Sleepless are people who don't need to sleep at night. They only need 3 to 4 hours of rest during the day. Phew, I'm so envious." "No, I'm not envious at all. Sleep is a gift from the goddess. It's the most blissful thing. Where was I? Ah yes, sleepless don't need light to see through the darkness. The deeper it is at night, the more powerful they are. I mean powerful in every aspect, including their strength, their spiritual perception, and their thoughts. However, although they can discover the unknown dangers hidden in the darkness, they still have to rely on items such as demon hunting bullets when they encounter monsters that can't be dealt with by normal means. My father was once a sleepless. Without waiting for Klein to ask, Roshan continued, after that is Sequence 8, Midnight Poet. After that is Sequence 8, Midnight Poet, and above that is Sequence 7, Nightmare. Nightmare? Klein immediately recalled how Dunn Smith had guided him into a dream, and he asked in confirmation, Captain? You know about it? Miss Roshan's mouth nearly formed an O shape. Captain once entered my dream. Klein looked to his left and right as he lowered his voice again. Understood. Roshan was enlightened as she replied softly. She picked up the coffee cup beside her, took a sip and sighed with emotion. She said wistfully, the church only has 2 Sequence 7 Beyonders in Tingen City. Captain should be one of them. Even in a large diocese like Bakeland, he would be a very powerful person. Some deacons might not even be stronger than him. So Captain is that impressive, Klein echoed with a smile. To be honest, Dunn Smith's appearance in the middle of the night had left a deep impression on him. He almost instinctively believed that he was a powerful Beyonder. Of course. Roshan proudly straightened her back. Then, with her mind racing, she said with a troubled expression, Sequence 7? I don't know what's above that. Perhaps Captain is the only one in the entire Nighthawks team who knows. What about the other sequences? The incomplete ones? Klein changed the topic in satisfaction. He had to say that the sleepless Roshan described was indeed in line with his expectations and expectations of Beyonders, but it wasn't the kind he wanted to be. The perfect Sequence 9 in his heart should be able to learn and master a lot of mystical knowledge, so as to figure out the reason for his transmigration and build a foundation for his future transmigration. Roshan thought for a moment and sighed. I'm not too interested in this aspect. I only know more than the other churches. After all, the goddess is also the mother of concealment. Well, there should be 2 or 3 types because some members are always cold and scary and they smell weird. Some members, well, I mean old Neil, he knows a lot and knows a lot of interesting magic rituals. Let me think. He once mentioned his Sequence 9 title, which is also the name of the potion formula. Ah yes, it's called Mystery Prior. A lot of interesting magic rituals? Mystery Prior? That sounds very close to what I want. Klein was slightly delighted. In addition, I know the name of a Sequence 7, one with an incomplete pathway. Roshan said in a boastful tone as she thought of something else from her recollection. What is it? Klein was abnormally curious. In a situation where high Sequence Beyonders were scarce or even non-existent, Sequence 7 could already be considered a core force of the church, right? Roshan revealed a sweet smile and replied with a hint of smugness. Spirit medium. Ma am daily? Klein asked subconsciously. After his initial surprise, he felt that this matter wasn't that surprising. Only a Sequence 7 Beyonder could perform as well as Ma am daily. Roseanne's eyes widened again. She said in disbelief, how do you know? I've met Ma am daily. Klein didn't hide the truth. All right. Roshan said in a yearning tone, if I can directly become a spirit medium like Ma am daily, then I'm also willing to be a Beyonder. No, I'll seriously consider it for 10 minutes. Yes, Ma am daily fulfills all my imaginations of a Beyonder, Klein echoed somewhat exaggeratedly. Having accomplished his goal, he chatted with Roshan for a few minutes. Seeing that there was no other information, he took off his hat, bowed, and left. Walking down the stairs, Klein took a few steps before he suddenly paused. He reached out and touched the notes in his inner pocket. Following that, he took out the 12 gold pound note and clenched it tightly in his left palm. Then, He stuffed his hand into his trouser pocket, refusing to loosen it or pull it out. A smile unconsciously suffused his face. According to the customs of foodies, after receiving the money, one had to go out for a meal. Chapter 23. As he walked on Zutland Street, the hot and humid breeze blew against him. The high-spirited Klein suddenly thought of something. He only had 3 pence left in change. It would cost 4 pence to take a public carriage back to Iron Cross Street, and using a gold pound note to give change was like using $100 to buy a bottle of cheap mineral water before his transmigration. It wasn't that he had no other choice, but that he couldn't bring himself to do so. I'll use 3 pence to take a 3-kilometer carriage and walk the rest of the way back? Klein had one hand in his pocket, slowed down his pace, and thought of other method. No way. Soon, he rejected the previous idea. It would take quite a while to walk the rest of the way back. It wasn't safe to carry a huge sum of 12 pounds. Furthermore, he had been worried that the Nighthawks would confiscate the revolver, so he had deliberately not brought it with him today. If he were to encounter any danger caused by Welch's death, he would be defenseless. Find a bank nearby to exchange for change? No way. A handling fee of 0.5% is too extravagant. Klein shook his head silently. Just the thought of the handling fee made his heart ache. As he eliminated all the methods, Klein's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a clothing store. That's right, isn't the most normal way to buy something at a suitable price and get change? Formal wear, shirts, waistcoats, pants, leather boots, and a cane are all within the budget. I have to buy it sooner or later. Yes, it's very troublesome to try on clothes. Besides, Banson knows better than me and is better at bargaining. I can wait for him to come back before considering. Then, buy a cane? That's right. There's a saying that goes, a cane is a gentleman's best defensive weapon. It can be used as half a crowbar. A gun in one hand and a cane in the other is the way a civilized person fights. Amidst his thoughts, Klein made up his mind. He turned around and turned into the Wilker clothing store. The layout of the clothing store was very similar to the clothing store he had before his transmigration. On the left side of the wall was a row of formal wear, and in the middle were shirts, pants, waistcoats, and ties. On the right side were pairs of leather shoes and boots placed in glass cabinet. Sir, what would you like to buy? A male shop assistant wearing a white shirt and a red vest came over and asked politely. In the kingdom of Rouen, because the gentlemen with status, power, and wealth liked to wear white shirts, black waistcoats, black trousers, and black suits, the colors were rather monotonous. Therefore, the male servants, shop assistants, and waiters were required to wear colorful clothes to distinguish between master and servant, or noble and lowly. In contrast, the madams and young ladies wore dresses of different hues and gorgeous decorations, while the maids could only wear black with white or white with black. Faced with the male shop assistant's question, Klein pondered for a moment and said, "Cane, heavier, harder. The kind that could blow up other people's heads." The red-vested shop assistant secretly sized up Klein and led him into the shop. He pointed at the row of canes in the corner. "The one inlaid with gold is made of iron heart wood. It's very heavy and hard. 11 solely 7 pence. Would you like to try it? 11 solely 7 pence? Why don't you go rob someone? So what if it's made of gold?" Klein was shocked by the price. He didn't show it on his face as he nodded slightly. "All right." The red-vested shop assistant took down the iron-heart cane and carefully handed it to Klein, as though he was afraid that he would break the goods. Klein felt the weight of the cane the moment he took it. He tried to move it, but he realized that he couldn't move it smoothly. "It's too heavy." Klein shook his head and heaved a sigh of relief. "That's not an excuse." The red-vested shop assistant put the iron-heart cane back and pointed at the other 3. "This is walnut, made by Tingen's most famous cane artisan, Mr. Hayes. 10 solely 3 pence. This is anhydrous wood inlaid with silver. It's as hard as steel, and it's 7 solely 6 pence. This is made from the heart of a white boly tree. It's also inlaid with silver, and it's 7 solely 10 pence. Klein took them one by one and tested them. He realized that the weight was quite suitable. Following that, he knocked on them with his fingers and roughly grasped the hardness of each cane. Finally, he chose the cheapest one. "I'll take this one made of anhydrous wood." Klein pointed at the silver-inlaid cane in the red-vested shop assistant's hand. "All right, sir. Please follow me over there to make the payment. In the future, if this cane is damaged or stained, you can hand it over to us for free." The red-vested shop assistant led Klein to the counter. Klein took the opportunity to unfold the 4 gold pounds in his palm and took out one of the 2 smaller ones. "Hello, 7 solely 6 pence." The shop assistant behind the counter bowed with a smile. Klein wanted to maintain his gentlemanly image, but when he stretched out his left hand with the 1-pound note, he couldn't help but ask, "Can it be cheaper?" "Sir, these are all handmade. Our cost is very high," the red-vested shop assistant answered. "Besides, the owner isn't around. We don't have the right to help him reduce the price." The shop assistant behind the counter echoed, "Sir, I'm sorry." "All right." Klein handed the note over and received the silver-inlaid black cane from the red-vested shop assistant. While waiting for the change, he took a few steps back and widened the distance between them. He then tested the effects of brandishing his offhand weapon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the wind was heavy and felt like it was tearing through the air. Klein nodded in satisfaction. He cast his gaze forward again, prepared to see the notes and coins, but he was surprised to find the red-vested shop assistant retreating far away. The one behind the counter had shrunk into a corner, sticking close to the double-barreled shotgun hanging on the wall. The Ruan Kingdom implemented a semi-regulated policy on firearms. To wield a gun, one needed to apply for an all-purpose weapon usage permit or a hunting permit. However, regardless of the type, one was not allowed to possess a repeating rifle, steam high-pressure gun, or 6-barreled machine gun, or other military-controlled items. An all-purpose weapon usage permit allowed one to purchase and store any civilian firearm, but obtaining it was extremely troublesome. Even merchants with a certain status might not be able to pass the examination. A hunting permit was relatively easy. Even a farmer in the suburbs could obtain one, but such a permit was only limited to the use of a hunting rifle. Furthermore, there was a limit to the number of permits. Many people with some wealth would apply for one to protect themselves in times of crisis, such as now. Klein looked at the 2 wary shop assistants as the corners of his mouth twitched. He chuckled dryly and said, "Not bad. This cane is very suitable for brandishing. I'm very satisfied with it." Seeing that he had no intention of attacking, the shop assistant behind the counter relaxed as he handed over the notes and coins with both hands. Klein took a look and saw that there were 2 5 solely and 2 1 solely notes, as well as a 5 pence and a 1 pence copper coin. He couldn't help but nod inwardly. After pausing for 2 seconds, he ignored the shop assistant's gaze and unfolded the 4 notes one by one to ensure that the anti-counterfeiting patterns and watermarks were correct. After doing all of this, Klein put away the notes and coins. He held his cane, adjusted his top hat, and walked out of Wilkel Clothing and Hat Shop like a gentleman. He extravagantly boarded a trackless public carriage, and after a transfer and a total of 6 pence, he successfully returned to his apartment. After closing the door, he counted the 11 pounds and 12 solely notes 3 times before placing them in his desk drawer. Then, he took out the copper-colored revolver with a wooden grip. Clang, clang, clang. 5 brass bullets landed on the desk one after another. Klein stuffed the silver demon hunting bullets with complicated patterns and the dark sacred emblem into the revolver one by one. Similarly, he only stuffed 5 bullets in, leaving an empty space to prevent accidental shot. The remaining bullets were stored in a small metal box along with the 5 normal bullets he had just taken out. But, with the revolver closed, Klein suddenly felt a lot more secure. He excitedly placed the revolver into his armpit holster and buckled it. Then, he repeatedly practiced the action of unbuckling and drawing the revolver. When his arms were sore, he rested for a moment before continuing. It wasn't until the sky turned dark that he heard the sounds of tenants walking in the corridor. Phew! Klein exhaled and placed the revolver back into his armpit holster. Only then did he change out of his suit and vest. He put on his usual brownish-yellow coat and did some arm relaxation exercises. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps approached, a key was inserted into the keyhole, and the sound of turning was heard. Melissa, with her silky black hair, pushed open the door and entered. Her nose twitched indiscernibly as she swept her gaze across the unlit stove. The luster in her eyes suddenly dimmed. Klein, I'll cook the leftover ingredients from last night. Banson might be back tomorrow. Melissa turned to look at her brother. Klein had both hands in his pockets as he leaned his thighs against the edge of the desk. He smiled and said, "No, let's eat out." "Eat out?" Melissa asked in surprise. "How about the Silver Crown restaurant on Daffodil Street? I heard the taste is great," Klein suggested. But Melissa was still confused about the situation. Klein smiled. "To celebrate my finding a job." "You found a job?" Melissa's voice involuntarily became louder. But isn't the interview at Tingen University tomorrow?" "Another job." Klein smiled as he took out the stack of notes from the drawer. "They even gave me 4 weeks' salary in advance." Melissa looked at the gold pounds and solely and widened her eyes. "Goddess. What job did you find?" "This." Klein's expression froze as he deliberated over his words. "A security company whose mission is to find, collect, and protect antique. They need a professional consultant. A 5-year contract at £3 a week." "Were you worried about this last night?" Melissa asked after a moment of silence. Klein nodded and said, "Yes. It's more dignified to be a faculty member at Tingen University, but I prefer this job." "Actually, it's not bad." Melissa revealed an encouraging smile. She asked, half puzzled and half curious, "Why did they give you 4 weeks' salary in advance?" "Because we need to move. We need more rooms and a bathroom of our own." Klein smiled as he spread his hands. He felt that his smile was impeccable. He was just short of asking, "Are you surprised?" Melissa was taken aback. She suddenly spoke quickly, appearing slightly flustered. "Klein, our living quarters are actually not bad. I occasionally complain about not having a bathroom of my own, but it's just a habit. Do you remember Jenny? She used to live next door. Ever since her father got injured and lost his job, they had no choice but to move to Lower Street. The family of 5 can only live in one room. 3 of them sleep on the bunk bed and 2 on the floor. They even want to rent out the remaining empty space on the floor. Compared to her family, we are very lucky. Don't waste your salary on this matter. Besides, I like Mrs. Smiron's bakery very much." Chapter 24. The golden afterglow outside the window dyed it dark. Klein looked into Melissa's eyes, and was momentarily at a loss for words. This was because he couldn't use any of the lines he had prepared. He coughed lightly as his mind raced. "Melissa, isn't this a waste of salary? In the future, when Banson and my colleagues come to visit, do we have to entertain them in such a place? In the future, when I get married to Banson and have a wife, do we still have to share a bed? Don't you guys not have a fiancé yet? You can wait a little longer and save up more money," Melissa said logically. "No, Melissa, this is the rule of society." Klein felt a headache coming on, so he could only reason. "Since you're getting a weekly salary of £3, you have to have the decency to match it." To be honest, he, who had once lived in a shared apartment, was no stranger to the living conditions. He was completely used to it, but it was precisely because of this experience that he understood the inconvenience of such an environment for girls. Furthermore, his goal was to become a beyonder, study mysticism, and find his way home. In the future, he would have to do some magic rituals at home. With so many people in the apartment, it was easy for problems to arise. Seeing that Melissa was about to continue, Klein hurriedly added, "Don't worry. I'm not considering a detached house. I plan on looking at townhouses. In short, I have to have my own bathroom. Also, I also like Mrs. Selwan's bread, Tingeon biscuits, and lemon cake. We can first consider a place closer to Iron Cross Street and Daffodil Street." Melissa pursed her lips slightly, and after a moment of silence, she slowly nodded. "Besides, I'm in no hurry to move. I have to wait for Banson to return." Klein smiled and said, "Otherwise, when he opens the door, he will be very surprised and ask, 'Where's my stuff at home? Where's my siblings? Where's my home? Is this my home? Did I come to the wrong place? Goddess, quickly tell me if this is a dream. Why is it that I don't even have a home when I return after a few days?'" He imitated Banson's tone, which made Melissa's eyes crinkle unconsciously, revealing shallow dimples on her cheeks. "No, Mr. Franch will wait at the door until Banson hands over the key. Banson won't be able to go upstairs at all." The girl mocked the stingy and greedy landlord. In the Moretti family, everyone loved to make jokes about the landlord, Mr. Frankie. This was a trend that was started by his eldest brother, Banson. "Yes, he won't change the locks for the tenants behind him." Klein smiled in agreement, pointed to the door, and said humorously, "Madam Melissa, shall we go to Silver Crown Restaurant to celebrate?" Melissa sighed softly. "Klein, do you know Selina? My classmate, my good friend." Selina? An image of a girl with long burgundy hair and dark brown eyes surfaced in Klein's mind. Her parents were believers of the Evernight goddess and had blessed her in the name of Saint Selina. She wasn't even 16 yet, half a year younger than his sister, Melissa. She was a happy, cheerful, and outgoing lady. "Yeah." Klein nodded, indicating that he remembered Selina Wood. "Her brother, Chris, is a solicitor. He currently earns close to £3 a week. His fiancée works part-time as a typist." Melissa first described the situation before saying, "They've been engaged for more than 4 years. In order to have a stable and decent life after marriage, they're still saving up to this day. They haven't entered the church and plan to wait for at least another year." According to Selina, people around her brother's age are all the same. They typically only get married at the age of 28. You have to prepare ahead of time and save up money. Don't waste it. It's just a meal at a restaurant. Is there a need to be so philosophical? Klein didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought for a few seconds and said, "Melissa, I'm earning £3 a week now. It will increase every year in the future, so don't worry. But we need to save up to prevent any accident. For example, that security company might suddenly close down. I have a classmate who had to find temporary work at the docks because his father's company went bankrupt. His family's financial situation worsened instantly, so he had no choice but to drop out of school." Melissa persuaded her brother with a serious expression. Klein covered his face with his hand. That security company and the government. Yes, they have some relationship with the government. They won't close down so easily. But the government isn't stable either. After every election, if there's a change of parties, most positions will be changed. It'll be a mess, Melissa persistently retorted. "Sis, you really know a lot." Klein shook his head in exasperation and amusement. "All right. Then I'll make a soup with the leftover ingredients from yesterday. Go buy a pan-fried fish, a piece of beef with black pepper sauce, a small can of cream, and bring me a glass of ginger beer. Anyway, let's celebrate a little." These were the food that the vendors on Iron Cross Street often sold. A pan-fried fish was 6 to 8 pence, a medium-sized piece of beef with black pepper sauce was 5 pence, a glass of ginger beer was 1 pence, and a small can of cream was about a quarter of a pound, which cost 4 pence. Buying a pound of cream directly only cost 1 soldi and 3 pence. The original owner of the body would be responsible for the purchase of ingredients at home every holiday, so he was no stranger to the price. After a few seconds of mental calculation, Klein estimated that it would roughly cost 1 soldi and 6 pence, so he directly drew the 2 1 soldi note. Okay. Melissa no longer objected to this. She put down her bag of stationery and took the note. Watching his sister take out a small can of cream and a bowl of other food and walk briskly to the door, Klein thought for a moment and called out to her. Melissa, buy some fruit with the rest of the money. There were many vendors on Iron Cross Street who would purchase fruits of poor quality or that had been stored for too long from other places. However, the people here were not angry because the price was very cheap. As long as they cut off the rotten parts after returning home, they would be able to taste the delicious food. It could be considered a cheap enjoyment. After saying this, Klein quickly walked over, took out the remaining copper pennies from his trouser pocket, and placed them in his sister's palm. Huh! Melissa looked at her brother with puzzlement and confusion in her brown eyes. Klein took 2 steps back and smiled. Remember to go to Mrs. Smiron's place and reward yourself with a small piece of lemon cake. Melissa opened her mouth and blinked. In the end, she only said one word. All right. She quickly turned around, pulled the door open, and ran to the stairs. A river flowed through the street. Cypress and maple trees lined both sides, and the air was so fresh that it made one feel intoxicated. Klein, who had come to settle the interview, carried his revolver and cane as he alighted from the public carriage that he had paid for with 6 pence. He walked along the cement road and approached the 3-story brick building that was hidden in the greenery. It was Tianjin University's office building, as expected of one of the 2 most famous universities in the Kingdom of Ruan. Klein, who was here for the first time, sighed as he walked. Compared to this place, Koei University on the other side of the river was simply shabby. Heya! Heya! As the shouts drew closer, 2 rowing boats rushed over from the upper reaches of the Koei River, their wooden oars moving in an orderly manner. This was a popular rowing sport in all the universities in the Kingdom of Ruan. With Klein's family's financial situation, he had to rely on scholarships to complete his university studies. He had participated in Koei University's rowing club with Welch and the others and was good at rowing. How young! Klein stopped and looked into the distance as he sighed. In another week, such a situation would no longer exist, because the school would be on summer break. Following the tree-lined road, he walked to the gray 3-story brick building. After registering, he successfully entered and familiarly found the office that had received him the last time. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked lightly on the half-closed door. Come in. A man's voice came from behind the door. Seeing Klein push open the door and enter, the middle-aged instructor in a white shirt and black tuxedo frowned slightly. There's still an hour before the interview. Mr. Stone, do you still remember me? I'm Senior Associate Professor Cohen's student, Klein Moretti. You've seen my recommendation letter. Klein took off his hat with a smile. Haven Stone stroked his black beard and asked in puzzlement. What's the matter? I'm not in charge of the interview. It's like this. I've already found a job, so I won't be attending the interview today. Klein told him the reason for his visit. I see. Haven Stone came to a realization. He stood up and extended his right hand. Congratulations, what a polite young man. I'll inform Mr. Professor and the senior associate professors. Klein shook hands with him and was about to leave after exchanging a few pleasantries when he heard a familiar voice behind him. Moretti, you found another job? Klein turned around and saw a silver-haired old man with deep facial features but few wrinkles. He had sunken eyes, dark blue pupils, and a black tuxedo. Good morning, tutor, Mr. Aztec. He hurriedly bowed. Why are you here? This old man was the senior associate professor of Koei University's history department. His mentor was Mr. Quentin Cohen. Next to Cohen was a middle-aged man with a medium build and bronze skin. He held a newspaper in his hand. He was beardless and wore a top hat. He had black hair and brown eyes. His facial features were soft, and his eyes revealed an indescribable sense of vicissitudes. Below his right ear, there was a black mole that could only be discovered upon closer inspection. Klein recognized him. It was Mr. Aztec, a history teacher at Koei University who often helped the original Klein. He liked to argue with his mentor, Associate Professor Cohen, and their viewpoints often clashed. However, the two of them were very close, otherwise they wouldn't have liked to chat together. Cohen nodded and said in a soothing tone, "I'm attending an academic conference with Aztec. What kind of job did you find?" "A security company that searches for, collects, and protects antique. They need a professional consultant. £3 a week." Klein repeated what he had said to his sister yesterday and explained, "You know, I like to explore history, not summarize it." Cohen nodded slightly and said, "Everyone has their own choices. Everyone has their own choices. I'm very satisfied that you remembered to come to Tianjin University to inform them instead of just being absent." At this moment, Aztec interrupted and asked, "Everyone has their own choices. Do you know what happened to Welch and Naya, Klein? I read in the newspaper that they were killed by a burglar." "The case turned into a burglar? And it's in the newspaper so soon?" Klein was stunned. He deliberated over his words before saying, "I'm not too sure about the exact situation. I'm not too sure about the specifics. Previously, Welch obtained a notebook from the Antigonus family of the Solomon Empire from the 4th epoch and asked me to help him decipher it. I went for a few days at first, but then I was busy looking for a job. 2 days ago, the police even came looking for me." He deliberately revealed Solomon Empire and Antigonus family to see if the two history teachers would know anything. 4th epoch. Cohen frowned and muttered. The bronze-skinned Aztec was stunned at first. He then took a deep breath and rubbed his sun acupoint with his left hand that was holding the newspaper. Chapter 25. As Aztec muttered to himself, he subconsciously glanced at Quentin Cohen, as if he was looking for hints and inspiration. Cohen, with his sunken eyes and dark blue pupils, shook his head without hesitation. "I have no recollection of it." "Okay, maybe it's just the same route." Aztec put down his left hand and laughed at himself. Klein was slightly disappointed with the result, but he couldn't help but add, "Tutor, Mr. Aztec, you know that I'm very interested in exploring and restoring the history of the 4th epoch. If you remember anything or obtain other information, can you write to me?" "No problem." Because of today's events, the silver-haired senior associate Professor Cohen was very satisfied with Klein. Aztec nodded in agreement. "Your address is still the same as before?" "For the time being, but we will be moving soon. I will write to you when the time comes," Klein replied respectfully. Senior associate Professor Cohen waved his black cane. "Indeed, we should move to a better environment." At this moment, Klein glanced at the newspaper in Aztec's hand and deliberated. "Professor, Mr. Aztec, what did the newspaper say about Welch and Naya?" "I only knew a little about it from the police officer in charge of the investigation." Just as Aztec was about to answer, Cohen, who didn't have many wrinkles, suddenly took out a pocket watch from the gold chain on his tuxedo. "Patter." He opened it and pointed his cane forward. "The meeting is about to begin. Aztec, we cannot delay any longer. Give the papers to Moretti." "All right." Aztec passed the newspaper to Klein. "We have to go upstairs. Remember to write the letter. Our address is still the same. It's still the Koei University's History Department office." "Ha!" Laughing, he turned around and left the room with Cohen. Klein took off his hat and watched the two gentlemen leave. Then, he bade farewell to the owner of the office, Haven Stone. He walked along the corridor and slowly exited the door of the gray 3-story building. In the sunlight he lifted his cane, unfolded the paper, and read at the top, "Tianjin Morning Post." There are quite a number of newspapers and magazines in Tianjin. Morning Post, Evening Post, Honest Paper, Bakelin Daily, Tussock Times, Family Magazine, Story Review. Klein casually recalled and came up with 7 or 8 names. Of course, some of them weren't local. They were distributed based on the steam locomotive. With the development of industrial papermaking and printing, the price of a newspaper had been reduced to 1 penny, and the number of people it covered was also increasing. Klein did not read the other content carefully. He quickly found the news section, which was about the burglary and murder case. According to the police department, Mr. Welch's house was in a terrible state, and all the gold, jewelry, banknotes, and anything valuable that could be easily taken away were gone. Even copper pennies were gone. We have reason to believe that this is a group of cruel and vicious criminals. They will not hesitate to kill innocent people who saw their faces, such as Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya. This is a violation of the kingdom's laws. This was a provocation to public safety. No one wishes to encounter such a thing. Of course, the good news is that the police department has already locked onto the murderer and arrested the main culprit. We will give a follow-up report as soon as possible. Reporter John Browning. It's been handled and covered up. Klein walked along the boulevard and nodded indiscernibly. He casually flipped through the newspaper and read other news and serialized stories as he strolled. Suddenly, the hair on his back stood on end, as though there were needles pricking him. Someone is watching me? Sizing me up? Spying on me? Thoughts arose in Klein's mind as he vaguely came to a realization. Back on Earth, he had once felt an invisible gaze and eventually discovered the source of the gaze. However, there had never been a time when his reaction was as clear as it was now. The conclusion was clear. The same thing happened in the original Klein's memory fragments. Did I transmigrate, or did that strange luck enhancement ritual strengthen my sixth sense? Klein resisted the urge to look for the person watching him. Learning from the novels, movies, and television dramas he had read, he slowly stopped in his tracks, put away the newspaper, and looked at the Koei River. Following that, he turned his head bit by bit as he looked at the scenery around him. Then, he turned around naturally and took in his surroundings. Apart from the trees, the lawn, and the students passing by in the distance, there was no one there. However, Klein was certain that someone was watching him. This Klein's heart raced as his blood flowed with an intense thump. He unfurled the newspaper and covered half his face, afraid that someone would notice that something was wrong with his expression. At the same time, he gripped his cane tightly and prepared to draw his gun. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Klein walked forward slowly, just like before. The feeling of being spied on and sizing him up was still there, but there was no sudden outbreak of danger. His body stiffened as he walked down the boulevard and arrived at the waiting area for the public carriage. Fortunately, there was one coming. Iron. Zut. No, Champagne Street. Klein repeatedly denied his thoughts. He had originally planned on heading home directly, but he was afraid that he would attract the unknown spy to his apartment. Following that, he wanted to go to Zutland Street to seek help from the Nighthawks or colleagues, but he was worried that the spy would alert the enemy and expose himself. Therefore, he could only choose a random location. 6 pence, the toll collector answered with familiarity. Klein didn't bring any gold pounds with him today. He placed them in his usual hiding place and only took 2 solely note. He had spent the same amount of money previously, so he happened to be left with 1 solely and 6 pence. Hence, he took out all the coins and gave them to the toll collector. After boarding the carriage, he found a seat and sat down. As the door closed, Klein felt that the uneasiness of being watched had finally disappeared. He slowly exhaled and felt his limbs tremble slightly. What should I do? What should I do next? Klein looked out the carriage window and tried his best to think of a solution. Without knowing the spy's motive, I'll first treat it as malicious. Ideas surfaced one after another, but they were all rejected by Klein. Having never experienced something like this before, it took him a few minutes to come up with an idea. I have to inform the Nighthawks. Only they can truly resolve the problem. But I can't just go there directly. That will expose me. Perhaps this is the spy's motive. Following this train of thought, Klein roughly formulated one plan after another, and his ideas gradually became clear. Phew! He exhaled and regained his basic calmness. He seriously looked at the scenery that was quickly passing by outside the window. Nothing happened until the carriage arrived at Champagne Street. However, when Klein pushed the door open and alighted, he immediately felt the uneasiness of being watched again. He pretended not to notice anything. He took the newspaper and cane and slowly walked in the direction of Zutland Street. However, he didn't enter that street. Instead, he circled to the back of Red Moon Street. There was a beautiful white square and a cathedral with a steepled roof. St. Selena Cathedral, the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess in Tingen. As a believer, it wasn't strange to participate in Mass and pray on a day of rest. The cathedral had an obvious earth-like Gothic style. It was completely black in color, and the facade was a tall, mottled bell tower. It was located in the middle of a huge buttress between the red and blue latticed windows, piercing into the clouds. Klein walked into the cathedral and walked along the aisle to the prayer hall. Along the way, the narrow high windows that were inlaid with blue and red patterns shone through. The blue was so blue that it was almost black, and the red was like the moon. It made the surroundings abnormally dark. The feeling of being watched disappeared again. Klein's expression remained the same without any joy. He walked step by step to the open prayer hall. There were no high windows here, so the deep darkness became the main character. However, behind the arched altar, on the wall facing the door, there were more than 10 fist-sized holes that led outside. They allowed the pure and brilliant rays of the sun to shine in and condense into light. It was like a traveler in the dark suddenly raising his head and seeing the starry sky. He saw the resplendent stars that were so majestic, so pure, and so sacred. Even though he had always believed that gods could be studied and understood, Klein couldn't help but lower his head. Amidst the bishop's low and gentle sermon, he quietly walked along the aisle that separated the seats on the left and right. He found a place that was empty and close to the aisle, and slowly sat down. After leaning his cane against the back of the chair in front of him, Klein took off his top hat and placed it on his thigh along with the newspaper. He then clasped his hands together and pressed them against his drooping forehead. He did the whole process slowly and orderly, as if he was really here to pray. Klein closed his eyes and quietly listened to the bishop's voice in the darkness. They were naked, without food or clothes, and had no cover in the cold. They were drenched by the rain, and because there was nowhere to hide, they hugged the rock. They were mothers whose children were taken away. They were orphans who had lost hope. They were poor people who were forced to leave the path of righteousness. The night did not abandon them. It blessed them. Note 1. As the echoes overlapped and entered his ears, Klein's vision turned black as if his soul had been cleansed. He calmly experienced this until the bishop finished his sermon and ended the Massachusetts. The bishop opened the door to the confessional. Ladies and gentlemen lined up one by one. Klein opened his eyes, put on his top hat, picked up his cane and newspaper, and got up to line up in an orderly manner. After more than 20 minutes, it was finally his turn. He stepped in and closed the door behind him. Klein's vision turned dark again. "Child, what do you want to say?" The bishop's voice came from behind the wooden partition. Klein took out the Special Operations Division 7th Team badge from his pocket and handed it to the bishop through the gap. "Someone is following me. I want to find Dunsmith." As if tainted by the darkness, his tone became gentle. The bishop took the badge and said after a few seconds of silence, "Turn right at the entrance of the confessional. At the end there's a secret door beside it. Someone will lead the way after you enter." As he spoke, He pulled a rope in the room, allowing a priest to hear the ringing of a bell. Klein took back the badge, took off his top hat, pressed it to his chest, and bowed slightly. Then, he turned around, pushed the door open, and walked out. After confirming that the feeling of being watched did not appear again, he put on his black half-top hat again. Without any expression on his face, he picked up his cane and turned to the right, all the way to the side of the arched altar. On the wall facing the altar, he found the secret door, opened it silently, and flashed in. The secret door closed silently. A middle-aged man in a black priest's robe appeared in Klein's sight under the illumination of the gas lamp. "What is it?" the middle-aged priest asked curtly. Klein showed his badge and repeated what he had said to the bishop. The middle-aged priest did not ask any further. He turned around and walked forward in silence. Klein nodded, stroked his top hat, held his black cane, and quietly followed behind the man. Roshan had said that St. Selena Cathedral was on the left of the intersection to Cheney's Gate. Chapter 26. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed in the dark and narrow corridor, spreading far and wide in the silence. There was no other noise. Klein straightened his back and followed the middle-aged priest at an unhurried pace. He didn't ask any questions or engage in idle chatter. He was as calm as a windless lake. After passing through the heavily guarded passageway, the middle-aged priest used a key to open a secret door. He pointed at the stone staircase and said, "To the left of the cross-shaped road is Cheney's Gate. May the goddess bless you." Klein tapped his chest 4 times, outlining the shape of the crimson moon. The secular world used secular etiquette, while the religious used religious rituals. "Praise the goddess." The middle-aged priest returned the gesture. Klein didn't speak further. He followed the stone staircase and walked into the darkness with the help of the elegant gas lamps embedded in the walls on both sides. Midway, he subconsciously turned his head and saw the middle-aged priest still standing by the door. He stood at the top of the staircase, standing in the shadows of the gas lamps like an immobile wax statue. Klein retracted his gaze and continued walking. Before long, he touched the cold stone floor and came to a crossroad. He didn't turn in the direction of Cheney's Gate because Dunn Smith, who had just been on duty, definitely wouldn't be there. Following the familiar path on the right, Klein climbed another staircase and appeared inside the Blackthorn Security Company. Seeing that the doors were either closed or ajar, he didn't rashly search for them. Instead, he entered the reception hall and saw a brown-haired girl with a sweet smile, engrossed in reading a magazine. "Hi, Roshan." Klein came to the side and deliberately knocked on the table. Creak. Roshan suddenly stood up and knocked over the chair. She said in a panic, "Hi, the weather is nice today." You, Klein, why are you here?" She held her chest and panted like a little girl afraid of being caught slacking by her father. "I have something to discuss with Captain," Klein answered briefly. "You scared me. I thought Captain had come out." Roshan glared at Klein. "You don't even know how to knock." You should be glad that I am a generous and kind lady." I prefer the word girl. Why are you looking for the captain?" "He is in the room opposite Madame Oriana." Even though he was rather tense, Klein was amused by Roshan. He pondered for a moment and said, "Secret?" Roshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Klein bowed slightly and quickly took his leave. He re-entered the reception room and knocked on the door of the first office on the right. "Please come in." Dunn Smith's low and gentle voice rang out. Klein pushed the door open and closed it. He took off his hat and bowed. "Good morning, Captain." "Good morning, what can I do for you?" Dunn's black windbreaker and hat were hanging on the coat rack next to him. His exposed body was only wearing a white shirt and a black vest. Even though his hairline was a little high and his gray eyes were deep, he still looked a lot more refreshed. "Someone is following me," Klein answered truthfully without any embellishments. Dunn leaned back and clasped his hands together. His deep gray eyes looked into Klein's eyes. He didn't continue the topic of stalking. Instead, he asked, You came from the cathedral? Yes, Klein answered with certainty. Dunn nodded slightly and didn't comment on the matter. He returned to the topic at hand. Perhaps Welch's father doesn't believe the cause of death. We reported and hired a private detective from the Wind City to investigate. Mid-Seashire's Constant City was also known as the Wind City. It was an area with an extremely developed coal and steel industry. It was ranked in the top 3 among all the cities in the Kingdom of Rouen. Without waiting for Klein to express his opinion, Dunn continued, "It might also come from the source of the notebook. We are currently investigating where Welch obtained the Antigonus family's notebook. Of course, we can't eliminate the possibility of other individuals or organizations pursuing this notebook." "What should I do?" Klein asked in a deep voice. Without a doubt, he hoped it was the first reason. Dunn did not reply immediately. He picked up his coffee cup and took a sip. His gray eyes did not ripple at all. His gray eyes remained calm as he said, "Follow the previous path back and do whatever you want." "Anything?" Klein returned with a question. "Anything." Dunn nodded affirmatively. "Of course, don't scare them away and don't break the law." "All right." Klein took a deep breath, bade farewell, and left the room before returning to the basement. He turned left at the intersection and bathed in the light from the gas lamps on both sides. He quietly walked through the empty, dark, and cold passageway. The echoes overlapped, making him feel lonelier and more terrified. Soon, Klein approached the staircase and walked up step by step. He saw the middle-aged priest standing in the shadows by the door. The two met without a word. The middle-aged priest turned around in silence and made way for him. As he walked in silence, Klein returned to the prayer hall. The round holes behind the arched altar were still as pure as before. The room was still dark and quiet, and the line of gentlemen and ladies outside the confessional was still the same, except that there were fewer of them. After waiting for a while, Klein held his cane and newspaper as though nothing had happened. He slowly walked out of the prayer hall and left St. Selena Cathedral. The moment he walked out and saw the blazing sun, he immediately felt the familiar feeling of being watched. He felt like he was prey that was being watched by an eagle. Suddenly, a doubtful point appeared in his mind. Why didn't the voyeur follow me into the cathedral? Although I could have used the dark environment and the priest's help to temporarily disappear without his knowledge, would it have been difficult for him to pretend to pray and follow the surveillance? He didn't do anything bad, so what's wrong with entering openly? Unless he has a dark history and is afraid of the church and the bishop, knowing that the other party might have beyonder powers, from the looks of it, the possibility of him being a private detective is very low. Few. Klein exhaled, no longer as tense as before. He walked leisurely and circled to the back of Zutland Street. He stopped in front of an ancient-looking building with mottled walls. The house number was 3, and the name was Zutland Shooting Club. The underground shooting range of the police department was open to the public to earn extra funds. The moment Klein entered, the feeling of being watched immediately disappeared. He took the opportunity to hand his Special Operations Department badge to the attendant in charge of reception. After a brief verification, he was led underground to a small, sealed shooting range. 10-meter target. After giving the attendant a simple instruction, Klein took out his revolver from his holster and took out the box of brass bullets from his pocket. The sudden stare made his desire to protect himself overcome his procrastination. Hence, he couldn't wait to practice his marksmanship. But, after the attendant left, he threw out the revolver and ejected the Silver Demon hunting bullets one by one. Then, he picked up the normal brass bullets and stuffed them into the cartridge. This time, he didn't leave any empty spots to prevent accidental shots, nor did he take off his formal jacket or half-top hat. He wanted to practice in his most ordinary attire. After all, he couldn't possibly shout, "Please stop for a moment, let me change into something lighter," after encountering an enemy or danger. Click. Klein closed the revolver and slid it with his thumb. Suddenly, He held the gun with both hands and raised it up, aiming at the target 10 meters away. But he wasn't in a hurry to shoot. Instead, he seriously recalled the experience of missing the target during military training, as well as the three-point line and the recoil of firing a gun. Whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the sound of clothes being tugged, Klein practiced aiming and holding the gun over and over again. He was so serious that he was like a child taking his college entrance examination. After a few repetitions, he retreated to a spot against the wall and sat on a soft bench. He put the revolver aside, massaged his arm, and rested for a while. After spending a few minutes to recall what had just happened, Klein picked up the gun with the wooden grip and bronze revolver again. He went to the shooting position, made a standard posture, and pulled the trigger. Bang! His arm trembled and his body leaned back slightly. The bullet missed the target. Bang! 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 Having learned from his previous experience, he shot again and again. He fumbled with the feeling in practice until he finished shooting all 6 bullets. It's time to hit the target. Klein retreated and sat down again, catching his breath. Pop! He threw out the revolver, letting the 6 bullet casings fall to the ground. Then, without a change in expression, he continued to insert the remaining brass bullet. After stretching and relaxing his arms, he stood up again and returned to his shooting position while summarizing. Bang! 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 The gunshot reverberated and the target shook. Klein practiced and rested again and again, emptying the 30 normal bullets he had received and the remaining 5. Gradually, he landed on the target steadily and began his quest for a high score. Shaking his sore arm, he poured out the last 5 bullet casings, lowered his head, and inserted the silver demon hunting bullets with complicated patterns one after another. He also left a spot for an accidental hit. After putting the revolver back into his armpit holster, Klein patted the dust off his body and walked out of the shooting range with a relaxed body. He then returned to the street. The feeling of being observed surfaced once again, but Klein felt calmer than before. He slowly walked to Champagne Street and spent 4 pence to take a tracked public carriage back to Iron Cross Street. He then entered his apartment. The feeling of being observed disappeared without a trace. He took out his key and opened the door. He saw a short-haired man in his late 30s, dressed in a linen shirt, sitting in front of a desk. His heart tightened, but he quickly relaxed. Klein greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, no, good afternoon, Banson." The man was his and Melissa's elder brother, Banson Moretti. He was only 25 years old this year, but due to his receding hairline and aged appearance, he looked to be in his late 30s. He had black hair and brown eyes, resembling Klein to some extent, but he didn't have the faint scholarly air. "Good afternoon, Klein. How was the interview?" Banson stood up and revealed a smile. His black coat and half-top hat were hanging from the protrusion of the bunk bed. "Very bad," Klein replied without any expression. Seeing Banson stunned, Klein added with a chuckle, "In fact, I didn't even participate in the interview. I found a job ahead of time, with a weekly salary of £3. He repeated what he had said to Melissa. Banson's expression eased as he shook his head and smiled. "It feels like watching a child grow up. Yes, this job isn't bad." He sighed and said, "That's right. I heard such good news right after I came back. That's great. We should celebrate tonight. Shall we buy some beef?" Klein smiled. "Okay, but I think Melissa will feel bad. Shall we go shopping together in the afternoon? Bring at least 3 soli? To be honest, £1 for 20 soli, 1 soli for 12 pence, and there are also halfpence and quarterpence. Such a currency system goes against my intuition and is very troublesome. I think it must be one of the stupidest currency systems in the world." After saying that, he saw Banson's expression suddenly become serious. He suddenly felt a little nervous and wondered if he had said something wrong. Could it be that, in the memory fragments of the original owner, Banson was a pure, extreme supporter of the kingdom, and could not tolerate the slightest negation from others? Benson paced a few steps and retorted with a serious expression, "No, not one of them. The only one." Klein was stunned for a moment, but he quickly recovered and smiled at his brother. It was indeed the sarcastic humor that Benson was good at. The corners of Benson's mouth curled up as he added in all seriousness, Chapter 27. How incisive! Klein laughed out loud. Using his rich experience from his previous life, he mocked him again. "In fact, there is no evidence that those big shots have brains." "All right. Very good." Benson laughed and gave a thumbs up. "Klein, you're much more humorous than before." After taking a breath, he continued, "I still have to go to the dock in the afternoon, so I can only rest tomorrow. When the time comes, well, let's go to the Tingen Housing Improvement Company and see if they have any cheap and decent townhouses for rent. Also, I have to visit Mr. Frankie first." "Mr. Landlord?" Klein asked, puzzled. Could it be that the current landlord has a row house with a good location? Benson glanced at his younger brother and said with a smile, "You won't forget that we have a 1-year rental contract, right? It's only been 6 months. Hiss. Klein sucked in a breath of cold air. He had really forgotten about this matter. Although the rent was paid once a week, the lease period was a year long. If they moved now, it would be a breach of contract. If they were to be sued in court, they would have to pay a large sum of money. "You still lack enough social experience." Benson touched his receding black hairline and said wistfully, "This is the condition that I fought hard for back then. Otherwise, Mr. Frankie would only be willing to sign a contract every 3 months. To the rich, landlords will rent for a year, 2 years, or even 3 years to ensure stability. But to us and our neighbors in the past, landlords are constantly worried that someone might get into an accident and not be able to pay the rent. All they want is for a short-term contract. In this way, they can often raise the price according to the situation," Klein added, combining the memory fragments of the original Klein and his own experience of renting a house. Benson sighed. "This is the reality and cruelty of today's society. All right, you don't have to worry about the contract. Frankly speaking, as long as we owe a week's rent, Mr. Frankie will immediately throw us out and confiscate our valuables. After all, his IQ is lower than a curly-haired baboon's, and he can't discern complicated matters." Upon hearing this, Klein suddenly recalled Sir Humphrey's meme and shook his head seriously. "No, Benson, you're wrong." "Why?" Benson was puzzled. "Mr. Frankie's IQ is still higher than a curly-haired baboon's," Klein replied solemnly. Just as Benson revealed a knowing smile, he added, "If he's in good condition." "Ha ha!" Benson couldn't control his reaction. After laughing for a while, he pointed at Klein, momentarily unable to find a good way to express himself. All he could do was return to the topic at hand. "Of course, as gentlemen, we won't use such a shameless method. We'll talk to Mr. Frankie tomorrow. Trust me, he'll be easily convinced." Klein had no doubt about this. The existence of the gas pipe was the strongest proof. The brothers chatted for a while before putting the leftover pan-fried fish into the vegetable stew. While it was cooking, they used the steam to soften the rye bread. After smearing some butter on the bread, Klein and Benson had a simple meal. However, they were still rather satisfied. After all, the milky fragrance and sweetness left a lingering aftertaste. After Benson left, Klein took 3 solely notes and some copper pennies and headed for the lettuce and meat market. He spent 6 pence to buy a pound of beef and 7 pence to buy a large tussock fish with tender meat. In addition, he bought potatoes, peas, white radishes, rhubarb, lettuce, turnips, and other ingredients, as well as rosemary, basil, cumin, oil, and other items. During this process, he could still sense that someone was spying on him and watching him, but there was no physical contact. After spending some time at Slyn Bakery, Klein returned home and began using heavy objects, such as stacked books, to train his arm strength. He originally wanted to do military boxing to strengthen his body, but he had even forgotten the moves of the radio calisthenic. Furthermore, this was something he had only come into contact with during military training, so he had no choice but to make it as simple as possible. Klein didn't let himself train too hard, because that would only make him tired and increase the danger. He stopped at the right time and flipped through the original Klein's teaching materials and notes, hoping to go through the relevant knowledge of the fourth epoch. In the evening, Benson and Melissa sat in front of the study table, looking at the food that had been placed on the table. They behaved like children in the upper grades of elementary school. All sorts of fragrances composed a rich prelude to the food. It was the alluring aroma of the boiled beef, the obvious and lasting stimulation of the mashed potatoes, the sweet entanglement of the pea soup, the subtle and balanced balance of the stewed rhubarb, and the sweet and creamy encirclement of the rye bread. Benson swallowed a mouthful of saliva and turned to look at Klein, who was placing a crispy yellow fish on his plate. He felt the fragrance of the fried fish enter his throat through his nose, into his esophagus, and into his stomach. Rumble! His stomach made a clear sound. Klein rolled up the cuffs of his shirt, carried the fried fish plate, and placed it in the center of the tidied desk. Then, he turned around and took out 2 large glasses of ginger beer from the cupboard. He placed them in the corresponding positions for Benson and himself. He smiled at Melissa and took out a lemon pudding as though he was performing a magic trick. "We have beer and you have this." "Thank you," Melissa said weakly as she took the lemon pudding. Seeing this, Benson raised his glass and smiled. "Come, let's celebrate Klein finding a good job." Klein raised his glass and clinked it with Benson's, then Melissa's lemon pudding. "Praise the lady." Rumble. He tilted his head back and took a sip. The spicy taste burned through his esophagus, bringing with it a wonderful aftertaste. Ginger beer's full name was ginger beer, but in fact it did not contain any alcohol. The spiciness of ginger and the sourness of lemon were blended to create a beer-like taste. It was a beverage that even women and children could accept, but Melissa did not like the taste. "Praise the lady." Benson followed suit and took a sip. Melissa took a small bite of the lemon pudding and chewed it repeatedly, unwilling to swallow it. "Try it." Klein put down his glass, picked up his fork and spoon, and pointed at the table full of food. Among them, he had the least confidence in the pea soup. After all, he would never eat such a strange thing on earth. He could only recreate it based on the original Klein's memory fragments. As the elder brother, Benson did not stand on ceremony. He scooped a spoonful of mashed potatoes and stuffed it into his mouth. The mashed potatoes were stewed to the limit, and the taste was mixed with the faint taste of lard and just the right amount of salt. It made his saliva secrete crazily, and his appetite increased. "Not wrong, not bad," Benson praised vaguely. "It's much more delicious than the one I had at the company last time. Back then, there was butter. This can be considered my specialty." Klein accepted the compliment calmly. "It's all thanks to the guidance of the Welch family's chef." Melissa looked at the beef soup. The green basil leaves, green lettuce heads, and white radish pieces were immersed in the colorless soup, hiding the stewed beef. The color was fresh, and the fragrance was alluring. She forked a piece of beef and put it in her mouth to chew. She felt the chewiness in the soft beef. The salt, the sweetness of the radish, and the spiciness of the basil combined to stimulate the taste of the beef. She seemed to be praising something, but she could not stop her mouth. Klein tasted it and felt that it was delicious, but not without regret. It was still not his best cooking. After all, he did not have some seasonings and could only use other substitute. It was inevitable that it would be strange. Of course, even at his best, the food he cooked was just passable. Suddenly, he felt sorry for Benson and Melissa, who had never seen the world. After swallowing the beef in his mouth, Klein picked up a piece of fried tussock fish sprinkled with cumin and rosemary. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It was brown and delicious, and the salty aroma and oil taste intertwined. Nodding slightly, Klein tried a piece of stewed rhubarb, and felt that it was okay. It could relieve the greasy taste of meat. Finally, he gathered his courage and scooped a spoonful of pea soup. Too sweet, too sour. Klein could not help but frown. But when he saw Banson and Melissa's satisfied looks after tasting it, he began to doubt his taste buds. He could not help but gulp down a mouthful of ginger beer to wash his tongue. This meal made the three siblings' stomachs bloated, and they were unable to get up from their chairs for a long time. "Let us praise the goddess again." Banson raised the remaining ginger beer and said in satisfaction, "Praise the goddess." Klein drank the last bit of beer in one gulp. "Praise the goddess." Melissa put the last bit of lemon pudding into her mouth and savored it. When Klein saw this, he used his tipsy state to laugh. "Melissa, that's not good. The best and most delicious food should be eaten right from the start. That way you can see the most delicious side of it. When you're full and your appetite drops, the taste will be discounted." "No, it's still as delicious," Melissa replied firmly and stubbornly. The three siblings chatted and digested the food for a while. Then, they cleaned up the plates, forks, and spoons together and poured the oil from the fried fish back. After they were done, one of them revised for the course, one studied accounting knowledge, and the other continued flipping through the textbooks and note. It was a fulfilling and satisfying life. At 11 o'clock, Klein and his sister extinguished the gas lamp, washed up, and went to bed. It was dark in front of him, and he felt groggy. Suddenly, Klein saw Dunsmith in a black knee-length trench coat and half-top hat. "Captain!" Klein woke up instantly and knew that he was in a dream. Dunn's gray eyes did not waver. He said as if it was a trivial matter, "Someone snuck into your room. Someone has snuck into your room. Grab your revolver and force him into the hallway. Leave the rest to us." "Someone snuck into my room? The watcher finally made a move?" Klein was shocked. He did not dare to ask further and only nodded. "All right." The scene in front of him changed immediately. Colors appeared chaotically and burst like bubbles. Chapter 28. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. Klein's heart suddenly began to beat violently. It contracted into a ball before suddenly expanding, causing his body to tremble slightly. For a moment, he nearly forgot what he wanted to do or what he should do until the infiltrator's figure suddenly paused. He turned his ears slightly as though he had heard some changes. As the blood in his brain receded, Klein regained his basic ability to think. He reached under his pillow and grabbed the wooden handle of the revolver. When he felt the hard and smooth sensation, his emotions quickly stabilized. He slowly and silently pulled out the revolver and aimed it at the infiltrator's head. To be honest, he wasn't confident that he could hit his target. Although he had been able to hit the target, a moving person and a fixed target were two completely different concepts. He wasn't arrogant enough to confuse the two. However, he vaguely remembered a saying from his previous life. It roughly meant that the greatest might of a nuclear bomb only existed before it was fired. In this situation, the logic was the same. The best deterrence was before the bullet was fired. If he didn't pull the trigger and blindly fire, the other party wouldn't be certain that he was a rookie. There was a high chance that he wouldn't be able to hit him. He would be worried, fearful, and consider many things, so much so that he would place restraints on himself. In that instant, thoughts surfaced in his mind one after another, making Klein immediately make a decision. He wasn't the kind of person who became calmer the more critical the situation was. Instead, he had long imagined the scene of him encountering a watcher. He had predicted that he would mainly use intimidation instead of attack. There was a saying in the foodie kingdom, "Better safe than sorry." When Klein aimed his gun at the infiltrator, the thin man suddenly froze as though he had sensed something. Right on the heels of that, he heard a chuckle. "Good evening, sir." The thin man's hands clenched as his body tensed up. Klein sat on the lower bunk of the bunk bed and aimed the gun at his head. He tried his best to speak in a relaxed and natural manner. Please raise your hands and turn around. Try to be as slow as possible. Frankly speaking, I'm a timid person who gets nervous easily. If you move too fast, I'll be scared. I can't guarantee that I won't fire by mistake. Yes, that's it. The slim man raised his hands to the side of his head and turned his body bit by bit. The first thing that caught Klein's eyes was the neatly buttoned black tights, followed by two thick and sharp brownish-yellow eyebrows. Klein couldn't see any fear in his blue eyes. Instead, he felt like he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. It seemed that if he wasn't careful, the other party would pounce on him and tear him to pieces. He tightened his grip on the gun and tried his best to keep his expression calm and indifferent. When the thin man was completely facing him, he raised his chin, pointed at the door, and said gently, "Don't worry. Sir, let's go out and talk. Don't disturb other people's sweet dreams. Slow down and light your step. This is the most basic courtesy of a gentleman." The thin man's cold eyes turned and swept a glance at Klein. Still raising his hands, he walked towards the door step by step. Under the revolver's aim, he twisted the handle and slowly opened the door. Just as the door was half open, he suddenly squatted down and rolled forward. The door seemed to be pulled by a gust of wind as it closed with a bang. Banson, who was on the upper bunk, was startled by the huge movement. He was about to wake up in a daze. At this moment, a melodious and tranquil melody came from outside. A deep and soothing voice sang, "Ah, the threat of fear, the crimson hope. At least one thing is true, this life flies by. One thing is true, the rest is a lie. After the flower blooms once, it will leave the world forever." Note 1. The poem seemed to have the power to relax and calm people. Banson, who was on the upper bunk, and Melissa and the others in the inner room fell asleep again in a daze. Klein's body and mind were at peace, and he almost yawned. The thin man had escaped so quickly that he couldn't react in time. Looking at the closed door, he smiled and muttered to himself, "That's right. You might not believe it, but my bullet was actually a blank. Beware of mistakenly fired blanks." Following that, Klein listened to the poem at midnight and waited patiently for the battle outside to end. In less than a minute, the melody that was as tranquil as the moonlight on the surface of the lake stopped, and the night returned to its deepest silence. Klein silently slid the revolver and moved the empty spot away, waiting for the results to appear. He waited for 10 minutes. Just as he was feeling uneasy and hesitating about whether he should go out to investigate, Dunn Smith's calm and gentle voice finally came from the door. "It's done." "Phew." Klein exhaled. He picked up his revolver and the key. Barefooted, he carefully approached the door and silently opened it. He saw Dunn Smith standing opposite him in a black trench coat that reached to his knees and a half-top hat. His gray eyes were deep and unfathomable. Closing the door behind him, he followed Dunn to the end of the corridor and stood under the faint crimson moonlight. "I wasted some time entering his dream," Dunn said calmly as he looked at the crimson moon outside the window. "You know where he came from?" Klein relaxed. Dunn nodded slightly and said, "An ancient organization called the Secret Order. They were established in the Fourth Epoch and are related to the Solomon Empire and some of the fallen nobles of that time. The Antigonus family's notebook came from them. Due to a member's negligence, it entered the antique market and was obtained by Welch. They had no choice but to send people to search for it." Without waiting for Klein to ask, he paused and said, "We will capture some of their members based on the clues. The outcome might not be good. These fellows are like rats in the sewers, adept at hiding. But at least they will understand that the Antigonus family's notebook might have already been obtained by us, or rather, we have grasped the key clues. In that case, as long as it's not an extremely important item, they will completely give up on this operation. That's their philosophy of survival." "What if the notebook is very, very important?" Klein asked worriedly. Dunn smiled and didn't answer him. Instead, he said, "We know very little about the secret order. It's all thanks to your cleverness that we were able to succeed this time. It's all thanks to you. In consideration of the possible and hidden dangers, as well as the increased spiritual perception, it will help in finding the notebook. You will have a chance to choose. A chance to choose? Klein vaguely guessed something as his breathing subconsciously turned heavy. Dunn wiped away his smile and said with a solemn and serious expression, "Do you wish to become a Beyonder? You can only choose a Beyonder from an incomplete sequence. Of course, you can also give up on this opportunity and choose to accumulate credit. When it's enough for you to become a Sleepless, which is also the beginning of the Evernight Guard that the goddess personally bestowed upon you, the beginning of the complete sequence that the Church holds." As expected, Klein was delighted. He didn't show any hesitation as he took the initiative to ask, "Then, which sequence 9s can I choose from?" He needed detailed information before he could decide whether to give up or accept it, as well as which one to choose. Dunn turned around and looked Klein in the crimson veil that scattered down. He looked into Klein's eyes and slowly said, "Apart from Sleepless, the Church has 3 sequence 9 potion formulas. One of them is called Mystery Prior, which is the power that old Neil possesses. Roshan should have mentioned it to you before. She can never control her mouth." Klein smiled awkwardly, unsure of how to answer. Thankfully, Dunn didn't mind as he continued, "Apart from Sleepless, the Church has 3 sequence 9 potion formulas. Our Mystery Prior potion formula and the non-connected parts were obtained from the Moses ascetic order. At that time, it was said that they had not fallen yet. They still adhered to morals and precepts, persisted in the pursuit of knowledge, and strictly guarded their secrets. All those who joined the order had to be muted for 5 years after they became Mystery Priors. They had to learn silence so that they could train and improve their focus. The maxim of Mystery Priors, 'Do as you please, but do no harm,' originated from them. Mystery Priors have a comprehensive understanding and grasp of magic, witchcraft, astrology, and other mystical knowledge. They know quite a bit of ritualistic magic, but it's very easy for them to sense certain existences hidden behind things. They have to be careful and be filled with reverence towards Beyonder powers. We lack most of this sequence, so it's scattered and can't form a chain. For example, it's sequence 8. Of course, perhaps the Holy Cathedral has it. This matches almost all my requirements." Klein nodded slightly, having the urge to choose. Thankfully, he still remembered something else. "What about the other 2? The second type is called Corpse Collector. Many cultists in the southern continent who worship death choose it. After consuming this potion, unintelligent undead will mistake them for one of their kind, preventing them from being attacked. It can withstand the cold, rot, and the corrosion of the aura of death. It can also directly see some evil spirits and understand the characteristics and weaknesses of many undead creatures. It can also improve one's physique. We have its sequence 8 and sequence 7. You should be able to guess its sequence 7. Spirit Medium. This was Daly's choice back then, Dunn described in detail. Spirit Medium does look mysterious and cool, but what I want the most is to grasp the knowledge of mysticism." Klein didn't interrupt as he listened quietly. Dunn Smith turned his head to look at Crimson Moonlight. "We only have sequence 9 for the third type. I'm not sure if the Holy Cathedral has hidden anything else. It's called Seer." "Seer?" Klein's pupils constricted as he recalled the regrets Roselle the Great had left in his diary. He regretted not choosing Apprentice, Marauder, and Seer back then. Chapter 29. Klein tried his best not to show any abnormalities as he asked out of genuine curiosity, "What's the matter?" With genuine curiosity, he asked, "What powers does a seer have?" "Your question isn't accurate enough. You should be asking what powers one will obtain after consuming the seer potion." Dunn Smith shook his head and smiled. His gray eyes and face were facing away from the crimson moon, hidden in the shadows. astrology, card divination, spirit pendulums, spirit vision, and many other similar things. Of course, it doesn't mean that you will immediately understand and master them after consuming the potion. The potion only gives you the qualifications and abilities to learn them. Due to the lack of direct means to deal with the enemy, you should be able to imagine that ritualistic magic requires too much preparation. It's not suitable for encounters, so correspondingly, in terms of mysticism, a seer will be more knowledgeable and professional than a mystery prior. Sounds like it fits my requirements. It's just that the lack of direct means to deal with the enemy makes me hesitant. Besides, there's a high chance that the Church of the Evernight Goddess doesn't have any subsequent sequences. Holy Cathedral should refer to the Church's headquarters, the Cathedral of Serenity. A low-sequence direct means of dealing with the enemy might not be comparable to firearms. Klein fell silent. The scales in his mind swayed between mystery prior and seer. As for corpse collector, he no longer considered it. Upon seeing this, Dunsmith smiled and said, "Don't be in a rush to choose. Tell me your answer on Monday morning. No matter which one you choose, or if you plan to give up, we Nighthawks won't have any other opinions. Calm down and ask your soul." With that, he took off his hat, bowed slightly, and slowly walked past Klein towards the staircase. Klein didn't say a word, nor did he immediately give an answer. He bowed in silence and watched him silently. Although he had always hoped to become a Beyonder, he was still filled with hesitation when the opportunity came right in front of him. After that, the lack of sequences, the loss of control as a Beyonder, the credibility of Roselle the Great's diary, and the illusory whispers that led people to madness and depravity mixed together to form a swamp that hindered his progress. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. It's comparable to a student filling in his choice for the college entrance examination. Klein laughed self-deprecatingly. He restrained his divergent thoughts, opened the door quietly, returned home, and lay on his bed. He lay there with his eyes open, quietly looking at the bottom of the top bunk that was stained with a faint crimson. Drunkards staggered past outside, and in the distance a carriage sped along the empty street. These noises did not disturb the peace of the night, but made it more distant and deeper. Klein's emotions settled down. He thought of all the past events on Earth. He thought of his father who liked to exercise and always spoke loudly. He thought of his mother who was chronically ill but liked to do everything for him. He thought of his best friends who grew up with him and evolved from playing football and basketball to playing video games and mahjong. He thought of the failed lover whose face was already blurred. These were like quiet flowing rivers. There were not many ripples or deep sentiments, but they silently drowned the soul. Perhaps one would only know how to cherish something after losing it. When the crimson color faded, the sky was blazing, and the golden color appeared. Klein had already made his choice. He got up and went to the public bathroom to wash his face to refresh himself. Then, he took a solely note and went to Mrs. Wendy's place to buy 8 pounds of rye bread for 9 pence to replenish the staple food he had eaten last night. The price of bread is starting to stabilize. After breakfast, Banson commented as he changed his clothes. It was Sunday, and he and Melissa finally had a chance to rest. Klein, who was already dressed formally, sat on a chair and flipped through the outdated newspapers he had brought back yesterday. He said in surprise, "There's an advertisement for a house for rent here. 3 Wendell Street, Northborough. Here's an advertisement for a house for rent. 3 Wendell Street, Northborough. A single-family house with a total of 2 floors. There are 6 rooms, 3 bathrooms, and 2 large balconies upstairs. Downstairs, there's a dining room, a living room, a kitchen, 2 bathrooms, 2 guest rooms, and an underground storage room. Outside the house, there's a 2-acre private lawn in front and a small garden at the back. It can be rented for 1, 2, or 3 years. The weekly rent is £1.6 solely. Interested parties, please head to 16 Champagne Street and look for Mr. Guzov. That's our future goal. Banson put on his black half-top hat and said with a smile, "The rent in the newspapers is on the high side. The Tingen Housing Improvement Company has cheaper options that aren't much worse than them. Why don't we look for the Tingen Housing Improvement Association for the working class?" Melissa walked out of the cubicle with the worn-out gauze hat in hand. She had changed into a grayish-white dress that had been mended a few times but still looked presentable. She was quiet and reserved, but it was hard to hide her youthful aura. Banson laughed. "Who did you hear about the Tingen Housing Improvement Association for the working class? Jenny? Mrs. Rocher? Or your good friend Selina?" Melissa looked to the side and replied softly, "Mrs. Rocher. I happened to bump into her when I was washing up last night." "Mrs. Rochelle. I happened to bump into her when I was washing up last night. She asked me about the interview, and I gave her a brief explanation. Then, she suggested that I look for the Tingen Working Class Housing Improvement Association." When Banson saw Klein's puzzled expression, he smiled and shook his head. "This is a housing association that targets the poor. To be precise, the lower-class citizens. The houses they build and renovate are basically communal bathrooms. They only provide 3 choices: 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms. Do you wish to continue living in such a place? The Tingen Housing Improvement Company has the same business as them, but it also provides a choice for the middle and lower classes. Frankly speaking, we're slightly better than the middle and lower classes, but we're still worse than the real middle class. It's not a problem of salary, but the lack of time to accumulate." Klein understood. He put away the newspapers, took his top hat, and stood up. "Then let's go. I remember that the Tingen Housing Improvement Company is on Daffodil Street," Banson said as he opened the door. "They are the same as the Tingen Housing Improvement Association for the working class. They are called the 5% charity. Do you know why?" "No." Klein raised his cane and walked beside Melissa. The girl with smooth black hair that reached her singlet also nodded. Banson walked out and said, "These housing improvement associations and companies were established under Baekeland's influence. These housing improvement associations and companies were established under the influence of Baekeland. They have 3 sources of funds. The first is to raise funds from a charity foundation. The second is to obtain a high-quality loan with an annual interest rate of 4% from the government's Public Affairs Loan Commissioner. The third is to accept commercial investment. By collecting a certain amount of rent, they can give the other party a 5% return every year. That's why it's called 5% charity." Tap, tap, tap. The 3 siblings went down the stairs and slowly walked to Daffodil Street. They planned to find the current landlord, Mr. Frankie, after confirming the house. This was to avoid the situation where they had to move out before they could move in. "I heard from Selina that there are housing improvement companies that are purely charitable?" Melissa said as though she was in thought. Banson chuckled. "Yes, Sir Deweyville donated money to establish the Deweyville Trust Company. He builds apartments targeted at the working class and provides specialized property management. However, he only charges low rent. However, the requirements are very strict." "It sounds like you don't like it?" Klein asked with a smile. "Yes, I respect Sir Deweyville, but I believe he definitely doesn't know what life is like for the poor. No, I have great respect for Sir Deweyville, but I'm sure he doesn't know what life is like for the poor. The requirements for his apartment are like the hopes given by a priest. It's too unrealistic. For example, the main vaccinations must be administered, the bathrooms must be cleaned on a rotating basis, the apartment cannot be sublet or used for commercial purposes, litter is not allowed, and children are not allowed to play in the corridors. Goddess, does he wish to turn everyone into a gentleman and a lady?" Benson replied in his usual tone. Klein frowned in puzzlement. "It doesn't sound like there's any problem. They are all very good requirements." "Yes." Melissa nodded in agreement. Benson turned his head, glanced at them, and chuckled. He chuckled. Perhaps I've protected you too well. You have never seen the life of the poor. Do you think they have the money to receive the main vaccines? The queue for free charity medical organizations can last up to 3 months. Do you think their jobs are stable and not temporary? If they can't rent out their apartments and charge a certain fee, they can move out again when they lose their jobs. Besides, many women help people sew clothes and make matchboxes at home to make ends meet. This is considered a commercial use. Do you think they will be chased out? Most of the poor are doing their best to make ends meet. Do you think they have the time to discipline their children and stop them from playing in the corridors? They can probably only be locked in their rooms and sent to places that are willing to accept child labor when they are 7 or 8 years old. Banson didn't use many adjectives to describe it, but it left Klein a little creeped out. This is the life of the poor? Beside him, Melissa also fell into silence. After a long while, she said in an ethereal voice, after moving to Lower Street, Jenny refused to let me go to her house to look for her. Let's hope her father can walk out of the shadow of his injury and find a stable job again. But I've seen too many drunkards numb themselves with alcohol. Banson sneered with a heavy tone. Klein didn't know what to say. Melissa seemed to be in the same state. The siblings walked to Daffodil Street in silence and found the Tingen Housing Improvement Company. The person in charge of receiving them was a middle-aged man with an amiable smile. He wasn't wearing a formal suit or a hat. He was wearing a white shirt and a black vest. "You can call me Scarter. What kind of house do you need?" He glanced at Klein's silver-inlaid cane and smiled warmly. Klein looked at the eloquent Banson and gestured for him to answer. Benson said very directly, "That's right. A terraced house." Scarter flipped through the documents and files in his hands and curled his lips. "Currently, there are 5 that haven't been rented out. To be honest, most of them are for people with housing difficulties. 6, 8, or even 10 to 12 laborers and their children squeezed into a room. There aren't many terraced houses. One is at 2 Daffodil Street, one is in the North District, and one is in the East District. The weekly rent ranges from 12 to 16 solely. You can take a look at the introduction." He pushed the documents in his hands to Banson, Klein, and Melissa. After skimming through it, the siblings looked at each other and pointed to a certain spot on the paper. "Let's take a look at 2 Daffodil Street first," Banson said. Klein and Melissa nodded. Chapter 30. Daffodil Street Number 2, Number 4, and Number 6 were terraced buildings with polygonal roof. The overall appearance was grayish-blue, with 3 striking chimneys. Of course, there were no lawns, gardens, or porches. The entrance faced the street. Tingen Housing Improvement Company's Scarter held a bunch of copper keys and opened the door as he introduced. "Our terraced houses don't have a lobby. Once you enter, you'll be in the living room. There's an oriel window that faces Daffodil Street, and the lighting is pretty good." Reflected in Klein, Banson, and Melissa's eyes was a sofa bathed in golden sunlight and a spacious space comparable to their previous 2-bedroom apartment. This living room can also be used as a living room. To its right is the dining room, and on the left is a large fireplace for you to keep warm in the winter, Scarter pointed out with great familiarity. Klein scanned the place and confirmed that it was a crude, open-style layout. There were no partitions between the dining room and the living room, but it was far from the oriel window, making it look rather dim. There was a small, red, rectangular wooden table with 6 upholstered hardwood chairs surrounding it. The fireplace on the left wall was the same as the ones Klein had seen in foreign movies and television series. Behind the dining room is the kitchen, but we don't provide any utensils. Opposite the living room is a small guest room and bathroom. Scarter took a step forward and explained the layout of the first floor in detail. The bathroom was divided into an inner and outer room. The outer room was for washing, while the inner room was the toilet, separated by a folding door. The guest room was said to be small, but it was as big as the cubicle Melissa was currently staying in. She was a little stunned. After looking around the first floor, Scarter led the siblings to the staircase beside the bathroom. Down there is an underground storage room. The air inside is very stuffy. Remember to ventilate it before you enter. Benson nodded without batting an eyelid and followed Scarter up the stairs to the second floor. On my left is a bathroom, and there are 2 bedrooms on the same side. It's the same layout on my right, but the bathroom is near the small balcony. As he spoke, Scarter opened the bathroom door and turned his body so that Klein, Benson, and Melissa could look at him without any obstruction. This bathroom had one more bathtub than the one on the first floor, and there was also a folding door next to the toilet. Although there was some dust, there was no other dirty place, and it was not smelly or crowded. Melissa stared at him blankly until Scarter walked to the bedroom next door. Then she withdrew her gaze and slowly followed him. After a few steps, she looked back again. Klein, who had seen the world, was also quite happy and looking forward to it. Even though Mr. Landlord often supervised everyone's cleaning, the public bathroom was still not clean enough. People often had the urge to vomit, not to mention that they would easily encounter a queue when they were in a hurry. The other bathroom was the same as this one. Out of the 4 bedrooms, only one was slightly bigger and had a bookshelf. The rest were about the same size, with a bed, a table, and a wardrobe. The balcony is very small, and we can't dry too many clothes at a time. Scarter stood at the end of the corridor and pointed to the area separated by a door and lock. There's a complete sewer, gas pipe, and meter here. It's very suitable for gentlemen and ladies like you. It only costs 13 soldi a week for rent and 5 pence for the use of the furniture. In addition, there's a 2-week deposit. Without waiting for Benson to speak, Klein looked around curiously. If I want to buy this house, how many pounds would it cost? As a transmigrator from a foodie country, the desire to buy a house had always existed in his heart. Upon hearing this question, Benson and Melissa jumped in fright. They looked at Klein as though they were looking at a monster, but Scarter answered firmly, "I'm not sure." Scarter replied firmly, "Buy? No, we won't sell the property. We only provide a lease." "I just want to understand, understand?" "Understand," Klein explained awkwardly. Scarter hesitated for a few seconds. Last month, the owner of number 11 Daffodil Street sold a house similar to this one. It was sold for £300 for 15 years, which is much cheaper than renting it directly, but not everyone can afford such a large sum of money at once. If you want to buy it completely, the owner's price is £850. £850? Klein quickly began to do the math in his mind. My weekly salary is £3, and Benson's is £1 and 10 soldi. The rent is 13 soldi, and if I eat well every day, I'll need about £2 a week. There's also the cost of clothes, transportation, social expenses, and so on. I can only save about 10 soldi a week. A year is about £35 a year, so £850 will take about 20 years. Even if it's just the £300 with the lease, it'll take at least 8 or 9 years. This doesn't take into account future marriage, separation, children, travel, and so on. In this world, where there's no housing loan, most people can only choose to rent, having come to a realization. He took a step back and glanced at his brother, Benson, gesturing for him to negotiate the rent. As for Melissa's wishes, it was obvious from her sparkling eyes. At that moment, Klein had the illusion of closing the door and letting Benson go. Benson pointed with his cane that wasn't inlaid with silver, looked around and said, "We should look at other houses. The lighting in the dining room is too bad and the balcony is too small. Look, only that bedroom has a fireplace and the furniture is too old. We'll have to replace more than half of it if we move in." He spoke unhurriedly and picked out a bunch of fault. In 10 minutes, he successfully convinced Scarter to reduce the price to 12 soldi for rent and 3 pence for the use of the furniture. The deposit was also rounded up to £2. Without wasting any more time, the siblings followed Scarter back to the Tingen Housing Improvement Company. They signed 2 copies of the contract and went to the Tingen notary office to have it notarized. After paying the deposit and the first week's rent, Klein and Banson had a total of £9, 2 soldi and 8 pence. Standing at the entrance of 2 Daffodil Street, they each held a string of copper keys. They couldn't move their eyes away as all sorts of emotions surged through them. After a while, Melissa raised her head and looked at the Moretti house behind her. Her voice was soft and airy as she said, "It feels like a dream." Banson exhaled and smiled. "Then don't wake up." Klein wasn't as emotional as them. He nodded and said, "That's right." He nodded and said, "We have to change the locks on the main door and balcony door as soon as possible. There's no need to rush. The Tingen Housing Improvement Company has a good reputation. The rest is for your formal wear. But before that, we have to go to Mr. Frankie's place." Banson pointed in the direction of the apartment. After returning home and making do with some rye bread, the siblings headed for the townhouse on Iron Cross Street and knocked on the landlord's door. "You should know my principles. You are not allowed to default on your rent," the short Mr. Frankie announced as he sat on the sofa. Banson leaned forward and smiled. "Mr. Frankie, we are here to cancel our rent." "So direct? Is it really appropriate to negotiate like this?" Klein was surprised when he heard that. On the way here, Banson had mentioned that his bottom line was 12 soldi. "Cancel your rent?" "No. We have a contract. There's still half a year left." Frankie glared at Banson and waved his arms. Benson looked at him seriously and waited for him to calm down before saying in a deep voice. After he calmed down, he said, "Mr. Frankie, you should know very well that you should earn more." "Earn more?" Frankie touched his thin face and asked with great interest. Banson sat up straight and explained with a smile. "Renting a 2-bedroom apartment to the 3 of us costs 5 soldi and 6 pence. But if you rent it to a family with 5 or 6 people, with 2 or even 3 of them working and getting paid, I believe they would be willing to pay more than that to a place with poor security like Lower Street. 5 soldi and 10 pence, or 6 soldi, I think is a reasonable price." Seeing Frankie's eyes light up and his throat move, he continued. "Besides, you must know that the rent has been rising in recent years. The longer we stay, the more you will lose. But I need time to find a new tenant." Mr. Frankie, who had inherited the apartment, was clearly tempted. "I believe that you will be able to find it very soon. You have the ability and resources. Maybe in 2 days, maybe in 3 days. We will compensate you for your losses during this period of time. Just use the deposit we paid, 3 soldi. That's very fair." Benson immediately made the decision. Frankie nodded in satisfaction. "Banson, you really are a conscientious and honest young man. All right, let's sign the termination contract." Klein watched from the side in a daze. He completely understood how easily Mr. Frankie could be persuaded. That's way too easy to convince. After resolving the issue of the contract, the 3 siblings first helped Klein buy a suit before they busied themselves with moving. They didn't have any heavy or bulky items as they belonged to the landlord. Therefore, Banson and Melissa jointly rejected Klein's idea of hiring a carriage. They did it themselves and went back and forth between Daffodil Street and Iron Cross Street. Outside the window, the scorching sun was setting in the west. The golden sun with the smell of fire shone through the oriel window and onto the surface of the desk. Klein looked at the books and notes that were neatly arranged on the shelf and gently placed the ink and fountain pen on the desk that had been wiped clean. "I'm finally done." He exhaled and felt his stomach growl. He rolled down his sleeves and walked to the door. He had a bed that belonged only to him. The bedsheets and quilt were white, old but clean. Klein turned the doorknob and walked out of the bedroom. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the 2 doors opposite him open, revealing Banson and Melissa. Looking at the dust and dirt on each other's faces, Klein and Banson suddenly laughed in an unusually carefree manner. Melissa bit her lips lightly and was gradually infected by them, as she giggled softly. The next morning, Klein stood in front of the full-length mirror that had no cracks. He carefully adjusted the collar and cuffs of his shirt. The set of white shirt, black tuxedo, half-top hat, black vest and pants, leather boots, and bow tie cost him a total of £8. It made his heart ache. However, the effect was good. Klein felt that his scholarly aura in the mirror was stronger, and he seemed to be a little more handsome. Click. He closed his pocket watch and placed it in his inner pocket. Then, he took his cane, hid his revolver, and took the public carriage to Zutland Street. Just as he was about to enter the Blackthorn Security Company, he realized that he had gotten used to his previous lifestyle. He hadn't given Melissa any extra money this morning and allowed her to continue walking to school. Shaking his head and making a mental note of it, Klein stepped into the Blackthorn Security Company. He saw the brown-haired girl, Roshan, brewing coffee. The aroma of the coffee wafted through the air. "Good morning, Klein. Nice weather today." Roshan greeted him with a smile. "To be honest, I've always been curious. Don't you men feel hot in formal wear in such weather? I know that Tingin's summer can't be compared to the South. It's not hot enough, but it's still summer." "That's the price of poise," Klein replied humorously. "Good morning, Miss Roshan. Where's Mr. Captain?" "Same old place." Roshan pointed inside. Klein nodded indiscernibly. He passed through the partition and knocked on Dunn Smith's office door. "Come in." Dunn's voice and tone were as gentle as ever. Seeing that Klein had indeed changed into a decent formal suit, he nodded slightly and said with a smile in his gray eyes, "Have you made up your mind?" Klein took a deep breath and answered solemnly, "Yes. I've made my choice." Dunn slowly sat up straight, his expression quickly turning solemn. His gray eyes remained deep and unchanging. His gray eyes remained deep and said, "Tell me your answer." Klein answered without hesitation. Chapter 31. Dunn Smith's gray eyes stared straight into Klein's eyes for a full minute without saying a word. Under such silence and the pressure of the gaze, Klein didn't shrink back. He didn't move his eyes away as he stared back firmly. "You should understand that once you consume the potion, there's no chance for regret." Finally, Dunn spoke again. His voice was deep and emotionless. Klein smiled. "I know, but I respect the voice in my heart." First of all, Sleepless didn't meet his requirements. The spectator in the tarot gathering was the same based on the description. He didn't know when he would be able to make contact with the other Beyonder pathways, so there was no need to wait. By the same logic, Corpse Collector was eliminated, leaving only Mystery Prior and Seer. Under the premise that sequence potions were equally dangerous, and in the situation where he couldn't obtain any more information, with the fact that Mystery Prior and Seer both fit the requirements, it didn't matter if Emperor Roselle had casually written it down, or if he really regretted not choosing Apprentice, Marauder, or Seer. It was enough to tip the scales in his heart. Furthermore, from his notes, as long as he could understand the true meaning of digestion and acting, he could avoid the negative effects of the potion to the greatest extent. As for the whispers and illusory temptations that caused people to fall into madness, even if he didn't become a Beyonder, he would still be able to come into contact with them. "All right." Dunn Smith stood up and picked up his black half-top hat. As he wore it, he said, "Follow me underground." Klein nodded and gave a gentleman's bow in gratitude. Tap, tap, tap. The two of them went down, their footsteps echoing in the quiet and empty staircase and aisle. Klein suddenly felt a little nervous as he tried to strike up a conversation. "Captain, you said that after consuming the potion, one doesn't directly obtain the corresponding mysticism knowledge, but only the qualifications to learn and grasp them. Then, where did the mysticism knowledge come from in the first place? Did the sages risk their lives to figure it out bit by bit, or did it come from something else?" Every time he came underground, he could feel that the air here was quite fresh. Obviously, the ventilation here was very good. However, in this kind of environment, the occasional gust of wind that blew was really frightening. Dunn tilted his head and glanced at him. His gray eyes were unusually deep in the darkness. He calmly replied, "Firstly, the exploration, summarization, and improvement that you mentioned. Secondly, the blessing of the gods. Thirdly, those dangerous whispers that others could not hear were not always crazy and meaningless. Sometimes they would still talk about mysterious things. But as far as I know, those who really listened to these whispers for a long period of time all went mad or degenerated into monsters. Of course, we have to thank them. The notes they left behind are valuable treasures in the field of mysticism." A lab rat in human form. The underground was cold, and Klein suddenly shuddered. That luck enhancement ritual of mine that turned into friendship magic, will it always be accompanied by those crazy and terrifying whispers? Will it bring about the same effects? At the crossroads, Dunn did not proceed to Cheney's gate, nor did he turn towards the weapons, materials, and documentation vault. Instead, he brought Klein and chose to approach St. Selena Cathedral on the left. Midway, he stopped. It was unknown what he had triggered, but it opened a secret door. "This is the alchemy lab of our Nighthawks team. I will get old Neil to retrieve the seer potion formula and the corresponding ingredients from Cheney's gate. You're in luck. The goddess is watching over you. There should still be 2 portions of the seer ingredients left. Otherwise, you'll have to wait a long time." Dunn pointed at the room behind the door and said, "Wait here and watch the entire process of old Neil concocting the potion. This is the most basic thing in mysticism. Yes, don't touch the items inside. They are either very dangerous, very expensive, or both." Having said that, Dunn added, "By the way, I forgot something again. You became a Beyonder because of the need to deal with danger and search for the notebook. The credit is only a portion of it, so you can't become an official member of the team for now. You'll still be a clerk, and you'll still receive the corresponding salary. You'll still do what I arranged for you, but you'll have to learn a lot of mysticism knowledge from old Neil. Make your own arrangement." "All right." Apart from being a little resentful about not getting a raise, Klein agreed wholeheartedly. According to Dunn, after consuming the potion and going through the process of learning and mastering it, he would become an official member and participate in missions related to supernatural events. He really didn't know how to spell the word death. Dunn turned around and took 2 steps towards the crossroads before he suddenly turned back. Suddenly, he turned back and said, "There's one more thing." "I knew it." Klein was already used to Captain's style. "We've gained something from the Secret Order's previous operations," Dunn said with his usual expression. "For the time being, they probably won't dare to provoke us again, but don't be careless. For the time being, we can't confirm the importance of the Antigonus family's notebook to them. From what we discovered, they do retain some ancient customs. We can confirm that it has something to do with the Solomon Empire and the fallen nobles of that time." "Got it. Thank you, Captain." Klein exhaled. This was also one of the reasons why he didn't want to wait and couldn't wait to seize the opportunity to become a Beyonder. After watching Dunn leave and confirming that he wouldn't turn back to add anything else, Klein slowly walked into the alchemy room. There were long tables with test tubes, pipettes, scales, and beakers. It looked like the chemistry laboratory he had seen in his previous life, except that it was simpler and older. Apart from that, there were also large cauldrons, black wooden spoons, transparent crystal balls, and strange symbols like the dark sacred emblem that could be seen everywhere. They gave off a mysterious vibe. Klein looked around with interest, but he didn't touch anything. After a while, he heard footsteps. Old Neil walked in with a small silver chest with complicated patterns. He was still wearing a classic black robe that didn't match the style of the times, and he wore a round-brimmed felt hat of the same color. "Little guy, I didn't expect you to choose seer." As old Neil put down the silver chest, he glanced at Klein with his slightly turbid, dark red eyes. "You have the same character as I did back then. Not bad. Light up these few gas lamps and close the secret door." "All right." Klein held back his trembling and lit up the gas lamps in the alchemy room, allowing the dim light to rule over the place once again. After the secret door was closed, he turned around and came to the side of the white-haired old Neil, who had deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and mouth. He saw old Neil using a few strange tree branches to brush the black cauldron. The concoction of sequence potions is very simple, at least for those below sequence 7. There's no need for special flames, additional rituals, or even incantations. There's no need for the spirituality of the body to participate. All you need to do is to accurately add the ingredients according to the order on the formula and stir it. Old Neil's wrinkles seemed to bloom as he smiled. Really? Klein asked in surprise. This sounds as simple as my luck enhancement ritual, man. It's a little scary just thinking about it. Perhaps this is a gift from God. Praise the lady. Old Neil drew a circle on his chest in an extremely irregular manner. Following that, he opened the silver chest and took out an ancient scroll of goatskin. The yellowish-brown goatskin unfolded inch by inch, revealing the words written on it. Klein looked into the distance and realized that it was Hermes, which he was familiar with. They were written in blood-like ink and seemed to retain the feeling of flowing, but other than that, there was nothing extraordinary about it. Seer, 100 milliliters of pure water plus 13 drops of night vanilla juice plus 7 golden mint leaves. Klein silently recited the contents of the formula, but the subsequent parts happened to be blocked by old Neil's elbow, preventing him from seeing them. Pure water is water that has been repeatedly distilled. It just so happens that I've made it before, so there's no need to waste time. As old Neil introduced it, he familiarly picked up a large sealed glass bottle from the long table. He opened the lid and casually poured about 100 milliliters of pure water into the cauldron. Klein didn't dare to ask, afraid that he would affect the concoction process. After all, he had to drink the potion he concocted. 13 drops of night vanilla juice. This can be extracted and turned into essential oil for preservation. Old Neil took out a small brown bottle from the silver chest, and with the aid of a pipette, he easily dripped 13 drops into the cauldron. A faint but calming fragrance emanated, and Klein's mood unknowingly became calm. 7 golden mint leaves. Old Neil picked up the silver-patterned tin can, opened the lid, and pinched out a few pieces with his bare hand. He sprinkled them into the cauldron, and a fresh and stimulating smell was faintly discernible. 4, 5, 6, 7. Just right. Old Neil chuckled and looked at the potion formula on the goatskin. 3 drops of poison hemlock juice. You can't drink this carelessly. It will numb your entire body and you will die in a stiff state. In ancient times, it was the best choice for suicide. I'm not stupid, Klein silently lampooned. Old Neil switched to a pipette and dripped the poison hemlock juice into the cauldron. It was mixed with a strange smell that made one's mind clear. 9 grams of Dracaena powder. Old Neil calmly reached into the silver chest and picked up a transparent test tube. The powder inside was as black as iron. He used a beaker, a balance, and other items to weigh the 9 grams of powder. He casually poured it into the cauldron and stirred it with a black wooden spoon. Klein's liver trembled as he watched. He felt that it wasn't very reliable. Actually, these ingredients are all supplementary. Adding more or less won't affect the final effect. Should I add more? Old Neil joked. The remaining 2 are the key. The amount can be slightly less, but it can't deviate too much. Otherwise, your advancement will fail. Yes, the amount can't be too much, even if it's just a little bit. Otherwise, you'll have to treat your mental problems after taking it. It's not impossible for you to die directly. Klein immediately tensed up and watched as old Neil took out a black glass bottle from the silver chest. 10 milliliters of Lavos octopus's blood. This octopus is an extraordinary species with obvious mutations. Its body is covered with mysterious symbols. Its blood will quickly decompose under the sun and lose its uniqueness. It has to be stored in an opaque material. Old Neil's tone was no longer relaxed. He quickly and carefully extracted 10 milliliters of blood with a test tube. The blood was as blue as the sky. From time to time, it would gurgle with illusory bubbles, as if it was connected to the spiritual world. Pour the blood in the test tube into the cauldron. Don't care about the remaining bit on the wall. This is to prevent overuse, Old Neil said in a low voice. As soon as the blue blood entered the cauldron and came into contact with the previous liquid, there was a splashing sound. The surrounding light was dyed blue, giving Klein a strange feeling of distance and familiarity. It seemed to be the experience of being in a mother's womb. It made one's soul feel elevated. The last item, 50 grams of star crystal. Old Neil's voice rang in Klein's ears. He snapped out of his daze and looked at the long table again. In the old man's hand was an extremely pure crystal. Furthermore, the crystal was gelatinous, like jelly on earth. It lacked sufficient hardness. Under the illumination of the blue light, it reflected specks of light. It was as if there was a resplendent starry sky hidden within it. This is an excellent material for making divination crystals. Just a little less to consider the margin of error. Old Neil weighed it as he used a patterned silver knife to cut it. Pure water plus night vanilla plus golden peppermint leaf plus poison hemlock juice plus dragon's blood plus Lavos octopus blood plus star crystal equals seer. At that moment, Klein couldn't help but recall the formula. After the preparations were done, Old Neil threw a few small pieces of star crystal into the cauldron. Sizzle! An illusory fog instantly appeared, turning the alchemy room into a blur. In the fog, Klein seemed to see the starry sky. He also felt like he was being watched by an invisible existence. A few seconds later, the fog dissipated. Old Neil used a black wooden ladle to scoop out the viscous, dark blue liquid from the cauldron. It had a strange characteristic. It was connected to each other without separating. As a result, there was nothing left in the black cauldron. The dark blue liquid was poured into an opaque cup. Old Neil pointed at it. Chapter 32. Klein looked at the dark blue, viscous liquid, which was hard to tell if it was a cup or a cube, and he swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. "I'm going to drink it just like that? Don't you need any other preparations? Like a ritual, incantation, or prayer?" Old Neil tersely said, Preparations? Yes. First, have a cup of Ormer red wine for Intis, then smoke a Desi cigar. Then, hum a melodious melody and dance a brisk palace dance. If you like tap dancing, that's fine too. Finally, have a round of Gwent. Seeing Klein's expression turn more and more dazed, Old Neil smiled and summarized his previous description. If you're feeling nervous, you're quite humorous. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he resisted the urge to pull out his gun. He put down his cane, reached out his right hand, and picked up the opaque cup as though he was holding something heavy. The smell of the potion was faint and illusory. Young man, don't hesitate. The more you hesitate, the more nervous and afraid you will be. It will affect your absorption later, Old Neil said in a seemingly casual manner with his back facing Klein. At some point in time, he had walked to the sink beside him, turned on the tap, and washed his hands. Klein nodded silently and took a deep breath. Just like how he pinched his nose to take medicine when he was a child, he brought the opaque cup to his mouth, tipped his head, and gulped it down. A cool and slippery feeling quickly filled his mouth before sliding down his esophagus and into his stomach. The viscous and dark blue liquid seemed to grow thin and long tentacles as the coldness and stimulation instantly drilled into every cell in Klein. He couldn't help but convulse as his vision quickly turned blurry. Everything's colors intensified. The red became redder, the blue became bluer, and the black became blacker. The colors were rich and randomly pieced together, like an oil painting by an impressionist master. Klein had experienced such a scene before. It was the scene of spirit medium Daly's inquiry. At that moment, his vision was blurry, and his thoughts were fleeting but clear, like a victim floating in the sea. Gradually, he saw his surroundings clearly. All the colors clearly overlapped each other as a gray and illusory fog emanated faintly. Around him were indescribable bodies. Some of them were so transparent that they didn't seem to exist. Deep in their depths, there were bright lustres of different colors. These lustres seemed to be alive or contained infinite knowledge. This is similar to what I saw in the luck enhancement ritual. Klein instinctively looked down and realized that himself was still standing in his original spot. His body was convulsing. Suddenly, he came to a realization as his consciousness sank, becoming one with his body. Boom! The fog quickly dispersed, and the color returned to normal at the same time. The clear brilliance and the non-existent object disappeared in an instant. The scene in the alchemy lab returned to normal, but Klein felt his head swell up as though it was about to explode. Everything he saw had countless double images, and he heard an ethereal whisper from an unknown object. Hornacis. Phlegria. Hornacis. Phlegria. Hornacis. Phlegria. Klein felt a stabbing pain in his forehead as his heart was quickly filled with the urge to vent and destroy. He frowned and shook his head. Is there something wrong with your vision? Are you hearing sounds that you couldn't hear previously? Old Neil asked with a smile. Yes, Mr. Neil. What should I do? Klein held back his intense mania and asked. Old Neil chuckled. This is because the potion's powers are overflowing, and you lack the means to control it. Alright, do as I say. Imagine an item in your mind. Something common, simple, and easy. Klein focused his attention and outlined his half-tall black silk top hat in his mind. He thought about the feeling of rubbing it and its exact shape. Place all your attention on it. Keep repeating it and outlining it. Do you feel better? Old Neil's voice penetrated his mind like a song of reassurance. Klein slowly shifted his attention to the silk top hat he imagined. He felt the whispers in his ears gradually soften until they disappeared. The double images in his eyes also slowly overlapped and were no longer blurry. Much better. Klein calmed the chaotic emotions in his heart and exhaled. He looked down at his body and didn't discover anything abnormal. After moving his hands and feet again, Klein asked in anticipation and doubt, I succeeded? I've succeeded? I'm considered a seer now? Old Neil took out a mercury-plated mirror and moved it in front of him. Look at your eyes. Klein focused his gaze and saw himself wearing a black top hat in the mirror. His facial features were ordinary, and apart from the sweat covering his face, he didn't seem any different from before. He followed Old Neil's instructions and looked at his eyes seriously. Only then did he realize that his brown eyes had deepened significantly. They were so dark that they seemed like a dark night without any light. They were so dark that they seemed to be able to absorb the souls of others. Normally, dark brown pupils were easily mistaken for black. Without careful observation, even Klein wouldn't be able to notice it. This is the manifestation of the potion's powers. When you learn cogitation and know how to restrain it, your eyes will return to normal. Old Neil smiled and extended his right hand. Congratulations, new Beyonder, our seer. Thank you. Klein shook his hand. Mr. Neil, when can I learn cogitation? You can do it now. The initial stages of cogitation are rather simple, especially for Beyonders. Old Neil said with a smile. Just now, you outlined an item in your mind to divert your attention and restrain the overflowing power. That was actually the first step of cogitation. Do it again. Klein closed his eyes and once again pictured the half-tall black silk top hat in his mind. It was easier for him to focus his attention than before. Soon, some distracting thoughts surfaced before they faded away, leaving only the outline of the top hat. Let your mind go slightly blank. Then, replace the item you outlined with something that doesn't exist in this world, something you imagined out of thin air. You have to abide by this rule. Only then can you enter cogitation. Only then will you be able to transcend the me, the limitless me, and the me of the universe. You will obtain insights and revelations towards the truth. You will obtain knowledge that only you can comprehend. In the field of mysticism, this is known as the secret contract experience. Old Neil said in a soothing tone. You only need to listen to the rest of the description for now. The most important thing now is to enter cogitation. Something that doesn't exist in this world, something you imagined out of thin air. Does what's on Earth count? Klein attempted to replace the black top hat with the earthen green, long and thick intercontinental ballistic missile he had seen on television. However, no matter how he outlined or imagined it, all he did was focus his attention. Looks like it won't work. Klein had no choice but to use his imagination to outline a ball of light. Then, he outlined a lot of similar items and placed them together. The balls of light overlapped and were filled with the feeling of fantasy. Klein's thoughts gradually went blank, as though they were drifting. His body and mind calmed down. The illusory gray fog that was filled with non-existent objects and pure light appeared once again. It floated silently in the sky within reach. His spirituality extended bit by bit and unfolded inch by inch. Klein quietly looked down at it, feeling it and restraining it. Very good. As expected of a seer. You entered cogitation very smoothly. You're only a little worse than me back then. Just a little. Old Neil chuckled. In that case, I'll begin teaching you the most commonly used, easiest to master, and most promising ability in mysticism, spirit vision. He switched off the gas lamps one by one, but he opened the secret door to the alchemy room. It made the place where Klein was abnormally dark, but not to the point where he couldn't see the outlines of objects. All right, continue in this state. Raise your hands and place them in front of your eyes. Your index fingers are facing each other, but don't touch. Open your eyes until they're used to the darkness. Following Old Neil's description, Klein completed it step by step. He saw his fingers facing each other and the outlines of the objects around him. You should lie down and let your body completely relax, but since the effects of your cogitation are pretty good, let's continue. Old Neil laughed. Focus your vision on the back of your hand. It has to be the back. Then, slowly move your fingers, maintaining a state of facing each other without touching each other. Don't let them leave your line of sight. Klein listened calmly and cast his gaze to the empty space behind his palm. He slowly moved his two index fingers that were facing each other without touching each other within his line of sight. Once, twice, thrice. Suddenly, Klein saw a fiery red color appear between his fingers. He made a sound. You see the color? That's right. This is the initial stage of spirit vision. The color you see is your own aura. Old Neil chuckled. Don't be anxious. Do it a few more times and stabilize it. Then, look at other places. I'll also take this opportunity to explain to you the meaning of different colors. All right. Klein moved his fingers back and forth as he focused on examining the fiery red dot. Old Neil pondered for a moment. To put it simply, the mainstream field of mysticism divides a person's non-physical body into 4 layers. The core is called the spiritual body, which is also the most fundamental spirituality of every person. The animist faction believes that all living things have spirituality and a spiritual body. I don't know about other things, but for mystery priors, the purpose of meditation and the way to increase their strength all point to the spirit body. It's the way the former communicates with the spirit world and the cosmos. It's an external manifestation of the former, and it's directly related to your will and current emotions. The scene you see after consuming the potion is the scene the astral projection sees when wandering the spirit world. It doesn't abide by the rules of the material world. It involves the transcendental me, the infinite me, the me of the universe. The past, present, and future can all overlap. This is the root of divination. In the spiritual realm, what you see is only an image, a symbol. You have to decipher it to figure out its specific meaning. Divination and many other spells are cast through the astral projection. You must not be mistaken about the relationship and difference between it and the spiritual body. One is the body and the other is the use. Klein continued looking at the aura on his fingertips and made a concise summary. Further out is the body of heart and mind. From here, it fuses with the physical body. It involves the mind, and it's a comprehensive representation of your reasoning, thinking, insight, and ability to recognize things. Some potions mainly improve this, and many spells target it. Old Neil explained in detail. The outermost layer is the ether body. It's a manifestation of your vital energy and physical state. The color of the aura you see is the external representation of the ether body. In other words, you can use spirit vision to directly see some spirit bodies, ghosts, and wraith. Perhaps even some existences that shouldn't be seen. You can also see the ether body or aura of others. From there, you can determine the health and emotional state of the other party through its thickness, brightness, and color. When your spirit vision improves and you grasp more knowledge of mysticism, you can discover even more detailed things, allowing you to determine the length of the other party's lifespan. Yes, I just mentioned the emotional state because the astral projection will also appear externally. When your sequence becomes higher and your spirit vision reaches a relatively powerful stage, you will even be able to see the other party's astral projection. Then, you will know more things. This is a level that only beyonders like seers and mystery priors can achieve. Some people even claim that the strongest state of spirit vision allows them to see anything in any place, including the past and future. However, I don't really believe it. It sounds impressive. Klein was almost yearning for it. Old Neil coughed and continued, "Let's return to the color of the ether body or aura. Let's go back to the color of the ether body or aura. Your limbs and other parts that are involved in movement will appear red, the head and the surface of the brain will appear purple, the excretion and detoxification will appear orange, the digestive system will appear yellow, the heart and the regulatory system will appear green, the throat and parts of the nervous system will appear blue, and the overall balance will cause the body to be covered in white. These are the symbols of health. Once they turn dim, thin, or change in color, it means that there's something wrong with the corresponding areas. They're in a state of exhaustion or illness. In addition, the corresponding colors of the inner astral projection represent your current emotions. Red is passionate and excited, orange is warm and satisfied, yellow is happy and extroverted, green is calm and peaceful, blue is calm and contemplative, white is bright and positive, dark is melancholic, sad, and silent, purple means that spirituality is dominant, cold and distant. Klein silently memorized it and stabilized his spirit vision. "All right, you can look at other things." Old Neil didn't speak further as he said with a nod. Klein slowly turned his head and looked at Old Neil. Indeed, he discovered that his body had different colors and auras of varying thickness. The purple on his head was the brightest, while the red on his hands and feet were relatively dim. The overall white was also a little shallow. Is he really getting on in years? Klein silently muttered to himself. Only now, seeing all of this, did he truly feel like he had become a beyonder. "I'm a beyonder now." He moved his gaze and carefully sized up Old Neil, but suddenly, he saw a pair of eyelashless, cold, and almost transparent eyes in the void behind him. This pair of nearly illusory eyes were silently watching Old Neil, watching him. Klein shuddered, opened his mouth and blurted out, "That's right." He blurted out, "There's a pair of eyes behind you." Old Neil was taken aback for a moment before he forced a smile. "Ignore it. P.S. It's almost Monday again. I'll continue updating at midnight tonight." Chapter 33. Just as Old Neil finished his sentence, the pair of illusory eyes in the darkness behind him quickly disappeared. Even with his spirit vision, Klein couldn't find any traces of its existence. "This is a symbol of ritualistic magic," Old Neil explained with a chuckle. "That's a little magical. Spirit vision is an enhanced version of the yin-yang eye. Klein was like a child who had received a new toy. He looked away with great interest and sized up every corner of the room. He wanted to see the difference between the current alchemy room and the previous one. The darkness outlined the objects. The long table, test tubes, scales, cups, cabinets, and other items were no different from before Klein activated his spirit vision. They didn't emit any light. Lifeless objects don't have spirituality? Klein mumbled to himself as he swept his gaze across the silver chest on the table. Suddenly, he saw light appear inside. It was as blue as the sky, as resplendent as the stars, and as red as fire. Materials that originate from beyonder species still have some sort of life. Activity? Even if the original owner is dead? Klein deliberated over his words as he asked old Neil curiously. The accurate description is that their spirituality will remain. This is one of the keys to the successful concoction of a potion. It's also one of the reasons why beyonders lose control. Dunn should have told you, old Neil explained frankly. He seemed to have thought of something as he suddenly laughed. I remember that the corpse collector formula has a dried adult black-spotted frog. Takes a lot of courage to consume this potion. Klein imagined it and felt a little disgusted. He didn't echo old Neil's words and turned his gaze to the darkness around him. However, there weren't any spirits or ghosts that he was looking forward to. Isn't it said that the world of spirits is everywhere? He asked in puzzlement. Old Neil chuckled. Little guy, repeat after me. This is the headquarters of the Nighthawk. This is the underground of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. There are many beyonders here. Do you think we would allow spirits and souls to roam around here? Moreover, the world of spirit and spirit are two different concepts. Klein felt a little awkward for a moment. He turned his head and pretended to look at the faint light from the gas lamp at the entrance of the secret door. I understand. As he spoke, the space between his brows suddenly began to twitch uncontrollably, as if it was spasming. What was going on? Klein was about to turn around and ask when he suddenly saw an almost transparent figure standing quietly at the edge of the bright yellow light. It was in the shape of a human, and the color of its aura blended perfectly with the dim environment, making it difficult to distinguish. Klein's eyebrows throbbed violently, and his vision became chaotic. He focused his attention again, but there was no invisible figure. Strange. He turned around and said, Mr. Neil, the space between my eyebrows is twitching. It hurts a little. Haha, that's very normal. You are a newly advanced beyonder. Spirit vision will place a huge burden on your soul body, and it will constantly drain you. Externally, it will appear as a twitching between your eyebrows, a stabbing pain in your head, hypersensitivity, and some hallucinations. Furthermore, in the spirit vision state, you will easily feel uncomfortable in unfamiliar environments, and you will be easily affected by the emotions of others. These are all things that you need to pay attention to. You have to adapt and eliminate them through repeated practice. In addition, control your usage and end it in time, old Neil replied with a smile. Why does it feel like you're enjoying it? Klein hurriedly asked for guidance. Then how do I exit the spirit vision state? He had wanted to mention the invisible figure he had just seen, but when he heard that the symptoms included some hallucinations, he dismissed the idea. Combined with the twitching and stabbing pain in the space between his eyebrows, old Neil's answer could be completely guessed. Then, switch to cogitation, close your eyes, control your spirituality, and repeatedly tell it to stop. When you open your eyes again, you will realize that the spirit vision has ended. Old Neil leisurely described, and towards the end, he added, Of course, this is the most cumbersome and clumsy method. We can, through practice, repeatedly hint to ourselves in cogitation to repeatedly influence our spirituality, leaving behind a simple switch action. For example, if I tap my glabella twice, I can easily activate spirit vision, and another 2 taps can easily end it. As for how to set it up, it will depend on your habits and hobbies. Got it. Klein thought for a moment and decided to imitate old Neil by tapping his glabella twice as a switch for spirit vision. Once was easily confused with an instinctive tap on the head, and thrice in a dangerous situation could waste precious time. As for snapping his fingers, it was too individualistic and would attract attention. He focused his attention, visualized the gathered spheres of light, and entered cogitation again. Under old Neil's guidance, he finally set up the switch action after repeated hints and practice. Clenching his fist lightly, he tapped his glabella twice with the knuckle of his index finger. Suddenly, different thicknesses and colors of aura light appeared in front of Klein's eyes. After another 2 taps, everything returned to normal. There was nothing out of the ordinary. "I've finally mastered it!" he exclaimed in joy. Only then did he realize that he was so tired that he could fall asleep at any moment. His head was empty and aching, as though he had pulled 3 all-nighters. Old Neil smiled and said, "We aren't sleepless. Every time we practice excessively or use spirit vision excessively, we need a period of sleep to recover. You can go home now and have a good rest. In the afternoon, go to Welch's place and take a stroll along the road to Iron Cross Street. Try to find clues to the Antigonus family's notebook as soon as possible. Tomorrow we will continue teaching you about mysticism. Of course, don't forget to read those historical documents." "All right." Klein agreed wholeheartedly with old Neil's arrangements. He took his cane and left the alchemy lab. Watching the secret door close, old Neil returned to the armory. Klein rubbed his glabella and sun acupoint. He pressed on the handrail and walked up the stairs. At this moment, Dunn Smith came from behind. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly and his eyes were deep. "I heard from old Neil that you adapt very well, be it cogitation or spirit vision. Perhaps it's just something special about being a seer," Klein replied humbly. He guessed that Dunn had been guarding the armory for old Neil. Dunn slowed down his pace, only slightly ahead of Klein. After a few seconds of silence, he said without turning around, "You have to remember that curiosity kills the cat. It also kills the beyonder. Don't try to investigate the whispers you shouldn't hear or the existences you shouldn't see." All right. Klein knew that this was another reminder about losing control as a beyonder. After entering the Blackthorn Security Company, he greeted Roshan, who clearly didn't know that he had become a beyonder. He slowly walked out of the door and onto the street. He took a trackless carriage back to Daffodil Street, nearly falling asleep on the way. It was still morning, and the temperature was only 26 degrees Celsius. Klein took the copper key from his belt and opened the door to his house. There were many items in the house that hadn't been added. The living room and dining room were empty. Banson and Melissa, one working and the other studying, had long left the house. Klein couldn't be bothered with anything else. He closed the door behind him and quickly went upstairs to his bedroom with bookshelves. After taking off his tuxedo and hanging it on the coat rack, he eagerly fell into bed. The moment his head hit the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. Klein was woken up by the bright sunlight. He turned his head and slowly opened his eyes. He realized that the sun was just right outside. "What time is it? I didn't miss the tarot gathering in the afternoon, did I?" He struggled to get out of bed and walked to the coat rack because his pocket watch was still in the inner pocket of his tuxedo. Not only had he forgotten about it, but he had also forgotten to close the bedroom door and draw the curtains of the oriel window. Klein took out his pocket watch and opened it. He immediately felt relieved. It was only a little past 12, and there was still some time before the agreed time of 3 in the afternoon. Today was Monday, the day he, the hanged man, and Justice would be having a gathering. Klein pretended to think and tapped his glabella twice. The scene before his eyes changed once again, and he saw his aura regain its bright luster. After tapping twice more and dismissing his spirit vision, he easily walked to the first floor. He boiled a pot of water and put in some inferior tea leaf. With it and a little cream, he finished a loaf of rye bread. After that, Klein flipped through the history textbooks and the original Klein's notes and leisurely revised and consolidated his knowledge. At 2:57 in the afternoon, Klein closed the book, capped the fountain pen, and drew the curtains. Following that, he locked the bedroom door from the inside, making the room abnormally dark. He tapped his glabella twice again, activated his spirit vision, and surveyed his surroundings. After confirming that there were no invisible spirits in the room, Klein ended his spirit vision, took out his pocket watch, and checked the time. Tick-tock, tick-tock. When it was 1 minute to 3, he took 4 steps counterclockwise like before, forming a square. With each step, he recited the corresponding incantation in Mandarin. However, he didn't prepare any staple food this time. Klein closed his eyes and felt the back of his hand itch. It was as if the 4 black dots that formed the small square were protruding and appearing. Crazy shouts and seductive murmurs began to echo, but Klein realized that his headache wasn't as bad as the last time. It wasn't that he wasn't affected, but that he could control himself from actively listening. Having become a beyonder, he had a little more self-control in such an environment. Soon, his body became light and floated upwards. He saw the pervasive, grayish-white, boundless and hazy fog, as well as the crimson stars. 2 of them seemed to have a subtle connection with him, giving him an abnormally familiar feeling. Klein looked at his blurry body and muttered in puzzlement. The astral projection that old Neil mentioned? He calmed down for a few seconds, and once again, the magnificent temple appeared above the gray fog. The long bronze table that was directly under the wide dome, as well as the 22 high-back chairs that had different constellations symbolizing them. Klein quietly walked to the seat of honor and sat down. He covered his body and face in an even thicker gray fog. Then, he reached out his right hand and tapped the 2 familiar crimson stars from afar, forming a magical connection. P.S. Seeking recommendation tickets for Monday PS2. The mysticism knowledge involved in this book has been magically altered. Do not imitate it. Chapter 34. In the windowless basement, the rough-looking Alger Wilson sat beside a long table with various utensils and sheepskin scrolls. In front of him, there was a half-burned candle. The dim yellow flame illuminated the objects and the surface of the long table, making them look like shadows. Alger's hair was as messy as seaweed. It was dark blue and almost black. He wore a robe embroidered with lightning patterns. His hands were clasped together with his thumbs facing each other. He leaned forward and stared at a bottle of black liquid to the left of the candle. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. From time to time, the sound of howling wind could be heard from the sealed bottle, and from time to time, the sound of the surging sea could be heard. In the areas that the black liquid hadn't drowned, a faint mist wriggled, as though it had grown eyes and mouths. Alger turned his head and glanced at the clock on the wall. He saw that the hour hand was pointing at 3:00. He pinched his sun acupoint, and his eyes suddenly turned dark. The various utensils on the table also had a subtle luster. At this moment, he realized that a dark red light surged out of nowhere like a tide and drowned him. Bakeland, Empress Borough, inside the Hall family's luxurious villa. After sending the dance teacher away, Audrey locked the door and sat upright in front of the dressing table. Outside the window, the sun was shining brightly, and the flowers were blooming brightly. On the table was a blank notebook bound in light brown parchment. On the right side of the notebook was a pen with a golden tip and a ruby embedded in its body. Audrey tried to make sure that she could pick up the pen as soon as she left the gathering and record the formula. "I'm really looking forward to it." She took a deep breath and suppressed her excitement. She pursed her lips and looked at the mirror. However, she couldn't see herself reflected in the mirror. Only a dark red and illusory light erupted from her surroundings and her body at the same time. Above the gray fog, in the magnificent temple that looked like the residence of a giant king. Crimson blossomed on both sides of the long bronze table, rising and falling like a fountain, sculpting two blurry figures. Their positions were exactly the same as last time. The tall, blonde Audrey instinctively looked towards the seat of honor, only to see the figure shrouded in thick gray fog leaning back. One of his hands was flat, touching the edge of the table, and the other was lightly stroking his chin. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," Audrey shouted in a brisk tone. Then, she turned her head, looked at the opposite side, and said in the same tone, "Good afternoon, Mr. the Hanging Man. This girl is really heartless. She's so sure that I'm a good person that she's not afraid at all? A well-protected noble girl?" Klein smiled and maintained his unfathomable image. "Good afternoon, Miss Justice." As he spoke, he lowered his head slightly, raised his left hand, and tapped his glabella twice. What he saw instantly changed. He saw the aura radiating from Justice and the Hanging Man. As for the surrounding gray fog and crimson stars, there were no changes. There was nothing that didn't seem to exist, nor was there any bright brilliance that seemed to have a certain level of life. Shifting his gaze, Klein saw that Justice's aura was completely in line with old Neil's description. It was red, purple, blue, and white when it should be red. Furthermore, it was lustrous and of appropriate thickness. It was obvious that she was a lively young lady. Her emotions are red and yellow, happy, passionate, excited. Klein made a judgment and cast his attention on the Hanging Man. Similar to Justice, the Hanging Man's aura wasn't anything special. It was just that his emotions were blue, mixed with a few hints of orange. Calm, thoughtful, cautious, and a little satisfied? This was his first attempt, so Klein didn't have much confidence in his conclusion. Just as he was about to shift his gaze away, he suddenly discovered something strange. In the innermost layer of the Hanging Man's aura, the colors and feelings seemed to be completely unified. Klein focused his mind and took a closer look. He could vaguely see that deep within the Hanging Man's ether body was a deep blue that resembled the color of the sea. It gave off the feeling of strong winds and waves. His astral projection? Or should I say the surface layer of the astral projection? From the looks of it, he really is a beyonder. Furthermore, he seems to be stronger than old Neil. Klein's thoughts ran wild as his heart was filled with questions. Not necessarily. Perhaps it's because of this special environment. It's only because this is my home turf that I can see all of this. It's not that old Neil doesn't have similar performances. He turned to look at Justice again, and confirmed that it was a special trait that only Beyonders possessed. At this moment, Alger had also completed his greeting. Audrey took a light breath and asked with a hint of anticipation, "Mr. the Hanging Man, did you receive the box of ghost shark blood?" Alger glanced at Klein and saw him tapping his glabella, as though he was thinking about something else. "Thank you very much. It perfectly met all my expectations. I really didn't expect you to send it over so quickly." "The blood of a ghost shark isn't an ordinary Beyonder item," Alger answered frankly. Audrey smiled modestly. "I'm very happy to see this outcome." As she had enjoyed matters related to the mysterious since she was young, she had made friends in the aristocratic circles who shared the same interests. They would exchange information, books, and rare items with each other. But before this, no one had obtained any supernatural powers or become a true Beyonder. Instead, a few princes had hinted that if she were willing to become a consort, she would receive the gifts she wanted. However, this time, she had directly obtained the ghost shark blood from her family's treasury. In any case, the list only stated that it was a large bottle. It didn't record the number of milliliters, nor did it state whether it was full or not. She believed that no one would notice if she poured half of it away. Even if an accident happened and the matter was exposed, her parents probably wouldn't pursue the matter. Alger took another deep look at the fool who was shrouded in gray fog. He turned his head and smiled. "According to the agreement, I'll tell you the potion formula for the spectator. I'll make some preparations. All right, let's begin. Audrey took a deep breath and focused all her attention. The concoction of a low-sequence potion is very simple. Just place it in according to the order given. But remember, it's better to have fewer ingredients than more. That will cause a huge problem. You should have heard of Beyonders losing control. I don't need to repeat myself, right? Alger first mentioned the things to take note of. Audrey nodded gently. I understand completely. As she spoke, she turned her head to glance at Mr. Fool. She wanted to know if the mysterious expert had anything to add. Unfortunately, the fool sat there quietly like a statue. Alger thought for a moment. A little less doesn't mean it's too far off. If you don't have a helper, I suggest you spend some time familiarizing yourself with the chemistry experiment. I have a tutor in this area, Audrey answered without any burden. Alger then mentioned the maximum deviation and other matters before smoothly reciting it. That's right, it's not a problem. Spectator, Sequence 9 potion, 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of autumn narcissus essence, 13 grams of cow's teeth peony powder, 7 petals of elf flowers, a pair of adult Manhattan fish eyes, 35 milliliters of goat-horned blackfish blood. The last two are the main ingredient. They come from marine beyonder species. You have to be careful. Okay. Audrey recalled as she repeated, 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of autumn narcissus essence, 13 grams of cow's teeth, peony powder, Alger reminded. With the other party's help, Audrey gradually memorized the formula in the correct order. However, she was still not at ease. She muttered softly and repeated it over and over again. Do you know cogitation? Seeing Justice nod, Alger continued. I don't know what you know about cogitation, so I'll describe it first. After consuming the potion, quickly begin cogitation to control your spirituality and strength. You have to practice every day to truly grasp the potion's power and dig out its symbolic meaning and more mysteries. Only by doing so can you avoid the danger of losing control to the greatest extent. And the symbolic meaning of the potion lies in its name, such as spectator. Klein listened to their conversation silently. He originally didn't plan on interrupting and only wanted to secretly memorize and learn, but when he heard this, his heart suddenly stirred as he had an idea. Audrey listened attentively to the hanging man's explanation. Just as she was about to ask a few questions about the details, she suddenly heard a tap on the table. She and Alger turned their heads at the same time and looked at the fool Klein, who was sitting at the seat of honor. They saw the mysterious powerhouse tap his fingers and say in a deep voice, "It's not grasping, it's digesting. It's not digging, it's acting. It's not digging, it's acting." The name of the potion isn't just symbolic, it's also an image. It's also the key to digestion. Audrey was stunned and confused when she heard that. She didn't quite understand what Mr. Fool was trying to say. She subconsciously looked at the hanging man's reaction from the corner of her eye, but she was surprised to see his body tremble and stiffen, like an ordinary person hearing a loud and sudden thunder. Digest, acting. Digest, acting. Digest, acting, key. Alger muttered again and again, as if he had grasped something crucial or was under a strange spell. After a while, he raised his head and said in a hoarse voice, "Thank you, Mr. Fool. Your hint is as precious as my life. It has allowed me to understand many things. Of course, I believe that I haven't fully understood everything." Klein maintained his mysterious and unfathomable image and said with a smile, "This is the payment in advance." In fact, he didn't quite understand the exact meaning of those words. He was only certain that Roselle the Great was stronger than the average Beyonder, stronger than the hanging man advance payment. When Audrey saw the hanged man's reaction, she knew how precious the hint was. As she ruminated over it, she asked, "Mr. Fool, what do you want us to do?" Alger nodded in agreement. "What can I do for you?" Klein leaned back slightly and glanced at both sides. He said in a low and soothing voice, "That's right. Help me collect Roselle Gustave's secret diary. even if it's just one page. Chapter 35. Roselle Gustave's Secret Diary? Roselle the Great? Indeed, only such a matter is worthy of the attention of a powerhouse at Mr. Fool's level. Audrey was first taken aback before she realized that she wasn't surprised at all. It was said that Roselle the Great had once seen the blasphemy slate, and it was said that the secret card he created contained 22 pathways of the divine. This was something that every high-sequence beyonder would definitely pay attention to. Diary? That's a diary? Alger frowned slightly as he keenly noticed a detail. Mr. Fool had used an affirmative tone to say that Roselle Gustave left behind was a diary. How did he know? How did he confirm it? Could it be that he has grasped the method to decipher Roselle's secret text? Faced with the hanging man's question, Klein, who had achieved the desired effect, leaned back in his chair and clasped his hands together. He replied in a relaxed tone, "Let's temporarily treat it as a diary." He didn't deny it, nor did he affirm it. It's said that Roselle the Great's diary is written in secret text or symbols that he invented himself? Audrey had heard other aristocratic children mention this matter, but she had never seen it for herself. She was momentarily curious and asked. "Yes," Alger answered simply. "Some people believe that it's a unique set of mysticism symbols, while others believe that it's a form of hieroglyphic text. But to this day, no one has found the correct way to decipher it, at least as far as I know." At the end of his sentence, he turned his head to look at Klein, as if seeking confirmation, but also as if he was doubting something. "It's a text that has evolved over several generations, and it no longer has its original hieroglyphic form. According to your train of thought, how is it possible to decipher it?" Klein remained calm as he secretly scoffed. As for treating it as a mysticism symbol, it instantly made him think of a ridiculous and hilarious scene. An evil wizard in a black hooded robe rolled up his sleeves, revealing a symbol on his arm that was said to have been left behind by Emperor Roselle. It was a symbol of mysterious power. It was two large, cyan, simplified Chinese characters. Joker. The corners of Klein's mouth slowly curled up. He was in a good mood. After listening to the hanging man's description, Audrey said awkwardly, "We don't understand symbols or words. Then how are we to convey them to you here, Mr. Fool? Or should I say, to a certain place? That's an important question. I don't have a secret channel to receive things yet." Klein wasn't in a hurry to answer. He crossed his hands and touched them with his thumbs. Soon, he found an idea. "Since I can create a shrine, tables, and chairs here according to my own thoughts, can I let others directly copy the contents that appear in their minds? Give it a try." At this moment, Audrey and Alger saw Mr. Fool, who was shrouded in a thick gray fog, slowly sit up. "Miss Justice, let's give it a try. Imagine a paragraph of text and give it the emotion you want to write. Yes, pick up the fountain pen beside you and write on the paper." Before Klein could finish his sentence, Audrey saw a yellowish-brown goatskin and a dark red fountain pen appear in front of her. She picked up the fountain pen in puzzlement and curiosity, and followed the instructions. In her mind, she imagined a poem that Roselle the Great had once written. "If winter comes, can spring be far behind?" Note 1. After examining the text, she picked up the fountain pen and gave it the thought of presenting all of them. Klein sensed this emotion, so he used the fountain pen as a medium to guide it. Just as Audrey put down the fountain pen, she saw an additional line of words on the goatskin. "If winter comes, can spring be far behind?" "Goddess, this is amazing!" Audrey exclaimed in surprise, filled with emotion. Then, she looked at Klein with some fear. "Mr. Fool, you can read my thoughts?" "No, I'm just a guide. I've simplified the process of you writing the words and turned it into a rubbing method. If you don't want to express yourself, there won't be any traces of it appearing." Klein used a deep voice to comfort her. "Is that so? Then, as long as we remember the symbols or the arcane text, we can directly present them according to our wishes?" Audrey heaved a sigh of relief and asked in enlightenment. Yes, Klein answered briefly. That's a pretty good method, Miss Justice. Don't doubt your memory. After becoming a spectator, you will receive a great improvement in this aspect. Alger had watched the attempt from the side and felt that the fool was more mysterious and powerful than he had imagined. He believed that with his subsequent advancement, he would be able to obtain sufficient growth in his memory. With regards to this, Audrey nodded in delight. What a delightful hint! Mr. the Hanging Man, what else do you have to teach me about a spectator? Having said that, she turned to look at the seat of honor. Mr. Fool, I will work hard to complete your mission and try my best to gather as many of Roselle the Great's secret diaries as possible. I've said it before, I'm a person who likes an equivalent exchange. The advance payment just now is only equivalent to 2 diary pages per person. If there are any extras, I'll give you additional, Klein said calmly in a tone that didn't take advantage of a child. As for where the additional payment would come from, it would naturally be from New Roselle the Great's secret diaries. This would form a good cycle. You are truly a generous gentleman. Alger was silent for a few seconds before he placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly. After bowing, he turned to Justice and said, I'll emphasize it again. A spectator will always be a spectator. I know that many spectators like to imagine themselves as the main character or some other character. As such, they will invest a lot of their emotions into it, to the point that they will cry, laugh, be angry, or be sad along with the drama. However, this isn't something a spectator like you should do. When facing the various dramas in secular society, when facing the characters who are consciously or unconsciously playing a certain role, you have to maintain an attitude of absolute spectator. Only by doing so can you calmly and objectively observe them, discover their habitual actions, detect their habit of lying, smell their nervousness, and grasp their true thoughts from the various minute clues. Believe me, due to the different emotions everyone has, they will naturally secrete different things, which will emit different scents. However, only a true spectator can smell it. Once you invest your emotions, your observation will be affected. Your perception of the emotions of others will deviate. Audrey listened carefully as her eyes lit up. That sounds very, very, very interesting. Klein's heart stirred when he heard that. The requirement of the spectator potion could be summarized as being an absolutely neutral spectator. This is equivalent to acting to a certain extent. Acting? Could this be what Roselle the Great meant by acting? Then, do I need to act as a seer and digest the potion bit by bit? Just as Klein was deep in thought, Alger finished explaining what he knew about the requirements of a spectator and pondered for a moment. Everything seems to be fine now? Maybe we can have a casual chat and talk about what's happening around us. A piece of information that might seem normal to you might be a very important clue to someone else. Sure. Klein returned to his senses and nodded slightly. He had already planned on acting as a seer since it didn't seem like there would be any negative effect. Shall we start with you, Mr. the Hanging Man? Audrey agreed with great interest. Alger thought for a moment. The pirate who calls himself Admiral Ludwell has begun his voyage to explore the eastern end of the Sonia Sea. Oh, the owner of the Black Tulip? Audrey asked after some deliberation. Yes. Alger nodded in reply. I don't even know who it is. Klein listened in silence as he considered what information he should say, one that wouldn't expose himself while still allowing him to obtain intelligence feedback. Soon, he made a decision. He maintained his profound image as the fool and stroked the edge of the long bronze table. According to what I know, the secret order has lost a notebook of the Antigonus family. This information wasn't only known by the Tingen Nighthawks. The secret order and the Beyonders who had close ties with them also knew of it. The Antigonus family's notebook? Alger repeated and shook his head with a chuckle. I'm really curious about the reaction of the Church of the Evernight Goddess when they learn of this news. Why is it only the Church of the Evernight Goddess? Klein acutely sensed the problem, but he didn't say anything that would destroy the fool's mysterious and profound image. At this moment, Audrey asked in puzzlement, "Why are you curious about this? Will the Church of the Goddess have any special reaction?" Alger smiled. The Antigonus family was destroyed by the Church of the Evernight Goddess. As for whether it's the end of the fourth epoch or the beginning of the current epoch, I'm not too sure. Klein's pupils constricted as he felt a chill in his body. From the looks of it, the importance the Nighthawks place on the Antigonus family's notebook far exceeds my imagination. The reason why they suggested for me to become a Beyonder is probably because of a certain degree of contribution and preventing danger. They wish for me to increase my spiritual perception, which would help me find the notebook. Captain didn't hide this point. He did mention it, but I didn't pay much attention to it back then. After hearing the hanging man's explanation, Audrey said with great interest, "I never expected such a thing to happen. I never expected such a thing to happen. All right, it's my turn. Let me think of what to say." She tilted her head slightly, held her forehead with her hand, and chuckled. "Yesterday, my etiquette teacher was teaching me how to faint. How to faint gracefully and politely. This is a practical technique to avoid awkward situations and despicable people in social situations." I was just organizing my words. What I really want to say is that ever since we lost the war on the east coast of Balam, the king, prime minister, and all the gentlemen have felt immense pressure. They have an urgent desire for change. Chapter 36. As Audrey recalled her father and brother's discussion of the situation, she said, "They believe that the current government structure is too chaotic. They believe that the current structure of the government is too chaotic. After every election, as long as there is a change of party, a group of people will be replaced from top to bottom, making things a mess and extremely inefficient. Not only has this led to the loss of the war, but it has also brought great inconvenience to the people." Klein knew very well that because there was no reference, the Rouen kingdom had yet to evolve a civil service examination system. The governing system was still in its infancy. Therefore, after the election, many so-called administrative positions would be awarded to members and supporters. Roselle the Great actually didn't invent such a system during Intis. It doesn't match his character at all. Could it be that he shifted his focus to something else in the later stages? When the hanging man, Alger, heard this, he interrupted with a chuckle. "They think? Their senses are really slow. Perhaps after being bitten by black mosquitoes, they will only feel itchy after a year." Black mosquitoes were a type of creature in the southern part of the Rouen kingdom. They were known for their potent venom that made people want to scratch their skin. Audrey extended her palm and covered her mouth. Ignoring the hanging man's mockery, she threw out the core of the news. "Unfortunately, they haven't found a good way to replace this system for the time being." Klein listened quietly and felt that the topic had entered a domain he was good at. He smiled and said, "That's right." He smiled and said, "This is a simple problem. The Foodie Empire and the corrupt countries that learned from the Foodie Empire had very successful and advanced experiences." "Simple?" Audrey asked in surprise. Although her tutoring didn't include politics, she often listened to her father and brother's discussions. She still had a sufficient understanding of such matters. Klein seemed to have returned to the forums of the past as he smiled calmly. "The examination is just like the university entrance exam. An examination for the public will be held. It can be divided into 2 or 3 rounds, using the most objective method to select the elite." But Audrey vaguely knew what kind of opposition this would bring. Without giving her a chance to organize her thoughts, Klein continued. "After that, use these elites to fill the administrative positions in the cabinet, county government, municipal government, and various towns. In other words, the positions that work directly, such as senior cabinet secretaries." Based on the different requirements of different positions, we can conduct separate and differentiated examinations in the second or third round. Professional matters should be left to the professionals. The positions of ministers, sheriffs, and mayors are reserved for the party that wins the election. This is their rightful share of the cake. Alger, who did not have enough interest in this question, subconsciously turned his head and listened carefully. Audrey, on the other hand, frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Don't be in a hurry to replace everyone at once. The cabinet and the governments at all levels will be paralyzed. You can hold an examination every year or every 3 years to gradually replace them. After that, depending on the situation of the kingdom's expansion and the vacancies caused by the resignation or old age of the government employees, the quota will be determined in a planned manner. Klein fully displayed his characteristics as a keyboard politician. In the end, he spread his hands and said, "This design can bring the knowledgeable elites of the kingdom into the government to the greatest extent. And no matter which party comes to power, no matter who the minister is, the administrative officers can maintain the basic and relatively effective operations of the kingdom." Of course, the side effect was the birth of the undying demon of bureaucracy. Audrey asked doubtfully as she pondered. In other words, even if those ministers become curly-haired baboons, it won't have much of an impact? No. Alger took the initiative to interrupt. I think the curly-haired baboon is a better choice than the current minister. He paused for a moment before adding, after all, curly-haired baboons only need to eat, sleep, and mate. They won't come up with stupid ideas or insist on brainless plans. Mr. the Hanging Man, it sounds like you have a bad boss. Klein sat at the seat of honor and shook his head with a smile. Audrey ruminated over Mr. Fool's description for a while before saying in surprise, "That's right. This sounds like it can really work. It's a very simple but effective method." She looked at Klein and praised sincerely, "That's right. Mr. Fool, you must be an elder with rich life experience and outstanding wisdom." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. He looked at the hanging man and Justice and fell silent for a few seconds. Let's end today's gathering here. If Miss Justice can influence her family and push for this matter to happen, I'll guide Banson ahead of time and give him a chance to become a civil servant. Come to think of it, Banson is indeed quite suitable for this line of work. However, Justice probably won't take the initiative to do it, because if she does, I'll just have to ask the hanging man which noble made the suggestion, and we'll be able to guess her true identity. Of course, she can circle around and use a more covert method. By your will. Audrey and Alger stood up at the same time. Klein leaned back slightly and severed the connection. He saw Justice and the hanging man's illusory and blurry figures quickly shatter and dissipate. Above the gray fog, in the magnificent hall that looked like a deity's residence, he was the only one left sitting quietly at the long bronze table. Klein didn't fall into the gray fog and leave like the last time. This was because he was already a beyonder, so he still had enough energy. The reason why he ended the meeting with Taro ahead of time was because he knew the Nighthawk's true attitude towards the Antigonus family's notebook. He decided to look like he was seriously searching for it instead of just lying down and sleeping. That would make Dunn Smith and the others suspect that he had done something at home. Furthermore, he had gained quite a lot today. Klein sat on the high-backed chair at the long bronze table. He rested his arms on the armrests and crossed his fingers. He sized up the endless gray fog with a heavy gaze. He found it empty and silent, as though no one had set foot in it for thousands of years. When he established the connection and summoned Justice and the hanging man's projection, he acutely noticed something. That was, as a beyonder, he had the remaining strength to touch another crimson star. In other words, I can summon another one? Klein recalled the feeling and muttered to himself with certainty. However, he didn't rashly attempt it before, because he didn't know the identity of the newcomer he pulled in and what their attitude would be. After all, not everyone could be like Justice and the Hanging Man because of their unique personalities and quickly blend in. They each took what they needed and seemed willing to hide it. If he pulled in someone like Dunsmith, then his newly established mysterious organization would immediately be exposed to the church's attention. As the big boss of an evil organization, his future would be bleak. Klein knew that the gray fog was very special, and he knew that it wasn't something a Beyonder like Dunsmith could crack. But the problem was that since he had Beyonder powers, he had to consider the existence of deities. At present, Klein cautiously believed that the 7 orthodox deities truly existed. Of course, he was more inclined to believe that these deities were only slightly stronger than high-sequence Beyonders, and that they were under certain strict restrictions. At least since the 5th epoch, other than a few oracles, their deeds hadn't appeared. Forcefully pulling people in isn't a good thing either. No one wants to be involved in mysterious matters for no reason. I'll wait and see. Klein sighed and stood up. He released his spirituality and sensed the existence of his body. Then, he began to imitate the heavy feeling of falling rapidly. The scene in front of him immediately changed. The gray fog and crimson instantly went far away. Klein seemed to have penetrated an endless membrane of water and finally saw the real world. He saw the room filled with darkness. This time, he was completely awake as he seriously experienced the process. Strange. The gray fog is still a little different from the spirit world. Klein moved his hands and feet, feeling the reality of his flesh and blood. He seriously experienced it for a while, shook his head, walked to the desk, and pulled the curtains. Whoosh! The curtains retracted, and sunlight shone in, illuminating the room. Looking at the streets and the pedestrians coming and going outside the oriel window, Klein took a deep breath and silently said to himself, "It's time to go out and work. How should I act as a seer? This can't be rushed. I can only use spirit vision for now." Bakeland, Empressboro. Audrey Hall looked at herself in the mirror. She saw her cheeks flushed with excitement and her eyes so bright that no one dared to look her in the eye. She couldn't be bothered to examine this as she quickly recalled the past. Then, she picked up the gem-embedded fountain pen and began writing the potion formula for the spectator potion on the exquisite goatskin parchment. 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of autumn lilies essence, 13 grams of cow tooth peony powder, 7 petals of elf flowers, a pair of adult Manhattan fish eyes, 35 milliliters of goat-horned black fish blood. Phew! Audrey exhaled. She read it a few times and finally confirmed that there was no mistake. She had the urge to dance again, but she told herself to be reserved. After some thought, she began to write the names of various chemicals around the potion formula, disguising the page as complicated and messy scientific knowledge. Yes, as long as one doesn't read it carefully, anyone who flips through it won't be able to discover the details I've hidden. Awesome! Audrey praised herself and turned her thoughts to obtaining the ingredient. I'll look in the family's treasure vaults first. I'll see if I can exchange for the parts one don't have from others. If I still can't gather them, I'll have to ask the Fool and Mr. the Hanging Man for help at the next gathering. What should I use as payment? After some consideration, Audrey closed the notebook and placed it on a small bookshelf in her bedroom. Then, she walked briskly to the door and opened it. A large golden retriever was sitting obediently outside. The corners of Audrey's mouth curled up, revealing a smile as bright as the sun. "Susie, you've completed your mission well." In the serialized stories in the newspaper, the detective always has a capable assistant. I believe that a real spectator also needs a large dog following behind him. In the basement with only a flickering candle, Alger Wilson raised his palm and looked at it carefully. After a long while, he sighed. "It's still so magical. I can't grasp the details at all." Even though he had made ample preparations, he still couldn't understand how the Fool completed the summoning. He looked down at the goatskin scroll on the long table. At the top of the yellowish-brown scroll, A line of Hermes was written in dark blue ink. Chapter 37. Under the blazing afternoon sun, Klein walked out of his house. As he had to walk all the way from Iron Cross Street to Welch's residence, he had changed out of his formal suit, top hat, and leather boots into a linen shirt, an old brown coat, a round-brimmed felt hat of the same color, and old leather shoes. This way, he didn't have to worry about the smell of sweat contaminating his expensive outfit. Following Daffodil Street, he slowly walked towards Iron Cross Street. When he turned a corner, he subconsciously looked over. The tents had already disappeared. The circus from before had long finished its performance and left. Klein had originally imagined that the beast tamer who had helped her with the divination was actually a hidden powerhouse. As he had discovered her uniqueness, he had specially come to guide her. There would definitely be subsequent encounters and hints. However, none of that happened. She followed the circus and began the next part of her journey. How can there be so many tricks? Klein laughed and shook his head as he turned towards Iron Cross Street. There wasn't only one Iron Cross Street. Just like its name, it was formed by two intersecting streets. With the intersection as the core, it was divided into Left Street, Right Street, Upper Street, and Lower Street. The apartment that Klein, Banson, and Melissa had previously lived in was located on Lower Street. However, the people who lived in the apartment and the surrounding residents didn't think that the neighborhood was Lower Street. Instead, they coined the term Middle Street to differentiate it from the slums 200 meters away. There, a bedroom could be packed with 5, 6, or even 10 people. As Klein walked along the edge of Left Street, his thoughts wandered. He thought of the Antigonus family's notebook and its unknown whereabouts. He thought of the importance the Nighthawks placed on it, and he thought of the murder that resulted from it. His heart slowly turned heavy as his expression turned gloomy. At that moment, a familiar voice entered his ears. Little Klein. Klein turned his head in puzzlement and realized that he had walked to the entrance of Slyn Bakery. The gray-haired Mrs. Wendy was waving her hand at him with a gentle smile. "You don't look too happy?" Wendy said warmly. Klein rubbed his face. "A little. No matter how many troubles there are, tomorrow will eventually come." Mrs. Wendy smiled and said, "Come, help me try my new sweet iced tea. I don't know if it suits the local taste." "A local? Could it be that you're not Mrs. Slyn?" Klein shook his head in amusement. "Giving it a try should mean that it was free, right?" The corners of Wendy Slyn's mouth lifted. "You guessed it right. I'm actually from the South. I came to Tingen with my husband more than 40 years ago. Banson wasn't even born then. Your father and mother didn't even know each other yet. I've always been a little unused to the northern food style. I always miss the food from my hometown. I miss pork sausages, potato bread, pancakes, fried vegetables, and roasted meat with special sauces." "Yeah, I miss sweet iced tea too," Klein smiled when he heard that. "Mrs. Slyn, this is really a hungry topic. However, I feel much better, thank you. Delicacies can always cure sadness." Wendy handed Klein a cup of brownish-red liquid. "I concocted this sweet iced tea based on my memories. Try it and see if it tastes good." After thanking her, Klein took a sip. He felt that the drink tasted like the iced black tea on earth, but it wasn't as stimulating. The tea flavor was stronger and more refreshing, instantly dispersing the heat brought about by the scorching sun. "Excellent!" he exclaimed. "Then I'm relieved." Wendy smiled until her eyes narrowed. She kindly watched as Klein finished the cup of sweet iced tea. After chatting with Mrs. Slyn about moving to a new home, Klein returned to the street he was most familiar with. In the afternoon, there were much fewer street vendors. They would only gather again after 5:30. The remaining ones looked listless. Just as he turned into the area, Klein suddenly felt inexplicably gloomy. He felt an indescribable sense of depression, gloom. What's going on? He acutely sensed that something was amiss with him. He immediately stopped and looked around, but he didn't see anything strange. After some thought, Klein raised his hand and tapped his glabella twice, as though he was in thought. Everything in his line of sight immediately changed, and the auras of the street vendors and pedestrians appeared in front of him. Before Klein could examine their healthy colors, he was attracted by the rich gloom that symbolized their emotions. He couldn't determine the exact thoughts of the person he was observing, but the impression of pessimism, numbness, and gloom was deeply engraved in his mind. Looking around, he realized that the surroundings were filled with this gloomy hue. Even sunlight couldn't disperse it. This was a depression that had accumulated over countless days, months, and years. Upon seeing this, Klein instantly understood the reason. Just as old Neil had said, it was easy for him to feel uncomfortable when he entered an unfamiliar environment with his spirit vision activated. It was also easy for him to be infected by the emotions of others. A similar principle could be applied to the ability of spiritual perception. This was an ability that could be obtained without any additional learning after becoming a seer. It was a passive and irresistible sensing ability that allowed one to directly sense the existence of abnormal situations, and there was definitely a certain degree of interaction between senses. Therefore, in the eyes of beyonders like spirit mediums, the strength of each person's spiritual perception was obvious, like a torch in the dark night. Therefore, people with high spiritual perception would naturally and easily be affected by abnormal and intense environments. They could only grasp, control, and adapt through repeated practice. Such a repressive hue probably takes a long time to form, right? Klein sighed and shook his head. He was touched. He tapped his glabella twice again and tried his best to restrain his spirituality. Tap, tap, tap. Klein walked towards the apartment step by step. He sensed the other possible abnormalities and subtle connections so as to search for the Antigonus family's notebook that he had hidden. The streets were the same as usual. There was dirty water and trash. It was only clean when he reached the apartment's entrance. Klein pushed open the half-closed door and circled the first floor in the darkness where sunlight couldn't reach. He took one step at a time, causing the wooden stairs to creak. The second floor lacked light as usual. Klein indulged his spiritual perception and stared straight into the darkness. However, not only did he not find any clues to the notebook, he didn't even see a single invisible spirit body. If it were that easy to encounter them, most ordinary people wouldn't be unable to detect the existence of beyonders. Klein sighed to himself. He already understood that most spirits didn't exist in the form of spirit bodies, but spirituality. Only a spirit medium could effectively communicate with them. After circling the third floor, Klein left the apartment and walked to Welch's residence, following the path in his memory. He walked for a full hour, but he still didn't find anything along the way. Standing outside the garden villa, Klein looked at the house through the tightly locked iron door and mumbled to himself, "That's right, it's not that simple." He mumbled to himself, "There's probably no need to search Welch's house, right? Captain and M. Daly must have done a carpet search. Besides, I don't have the key to this place. It's not like I can climb over the wall. Let's try another route tomorrow. I've walked so much today, but there's no leaderboard for the number of steps I've taken." As he lamented, Klein turned around and headed to a nearby street. He planned on taking a public carriage to the Blackthorn Security Company to collect his 30 rounds of ammunition for the day and make the best use of his time to practice. A seer lacked fast and effective means of attack, so he could only rely on his revolver and cane to make up for it. The area around Welch's residence was rather clean. There were many clean shops on both sides of the street. After turning the corner, Klein was looking for a public carriage when his gaze suddenly swept across the signboard on the second floor. Harold's Department Store. Military Veterans Club. Divination Club. Divination Club. Klein silently recited the name and suddenly thought of how he had to act as a seer. "Yes, I'll go take a look." search for new ideas. As his thoughts ran wild, Klein crossed the street and came to the opposite side. He went up to the second floor and entered the hall. He stood in front of the beautiful lady who was in charge of reception. The lady had brownish-yellow hair. She sized up Klein and smiled. "Sir, would you like to have your fortune told or join our club?" "What are the conditions?" Klein asked casually. The lady with blonde hair tied up in a high bun introduced with great familiarity. "Fill in the detailed information and pay the annual membership fee. The first time is £5 and after that £1 per year. Don't worry, we're not like those political or business clubs that require the recommendation of official members to join. Members can use the club's conference room, various divination rooms, and divination tools for free. They can also enjoy the coffee and tea we provide for free. They can also read the newspapers and magazines we subscribe to for free. They can also purchase lunch, dinner, alcohol, and some divination teaching materials at cost. Furthermore, we will invite at least one famous fortune-teller to give a lecture every month to answer any questions. Most importantly, you'll be able to find a group of friends who share the same interests, and you'll be able to exchange experiences with each other." "Sounds good, but I don't have money." Klein laughed at himself and asked. Chapter 38. Upon hearing Klein's question, the beautiful lady with long brown hair elegantly coiled up did not look impatient at all. She maintained a polite smile and said, "Our members are free to perform divination for others in the club and set their own prices. We only take a very small percentage of the fee. If you want to perform divination, you can take a look at this brochure. There are introductions and prices for members who are willing to perform divination for others. However, today is Monday afternoon. Most of our members are at work and busy. Only less than 5 of them came." As she spoke, she invited Klein to take a seat on the sofa near the window in the reception hall. Then, she flipped open the album opposite him and pointed out the current members of the club. Hans Vincent, a famous fortune-teller in Tingen. He's a mentor who's permanently stationed at the club. He's good at all kinds of divination. Each session costs 4 soldi. It's so expensive. It's enough for me, Banson, and Melissa to have 2 sumptuous dinners." Klein was speechless and did not reply. Seeing this, the brown-haired lady continued to flip to the next page and introduce them one by one. The last one, Glassy. He just joined the club this year and has mastered tarot divination. Each session costs 2 pence. "Sir, who do you want to choose?" Klein didn't stand on ceremony at all. "Mr. Glassy." The beautiful lady in charge of reception was silent for 2 seconds. "Sir, I have to remind you beforehand that Mr. Glassy is only a beginner." "Understood, I will be responsible for my decision." Klein smiled and nodded. "Then please follow me." The beautiful lady stood up and led Klein to the door beside the reception hall. There was a corridor that wasn't too long, and at the end of it was an open conference room. The room was full of sunlight, and there were tables and chairs. There were newspapers, magazines, cards, and other things on them. The faint aroma of coffee wafted from the room. When they were 2 rooms away from the conference room, the beautiful lady in charge of reception signaled for Klein to stop. She quickened her pace and walked to the end of the corridor. "Mr. Glassy, someone is looking for you for divination." "Me?" A voice full of surprise and doubt immediately sounded, accompanied by the movement of the chair. "Yes, which divination room would you like to use?" The beautiful lady replied emotionlessly. "Topaz room. I like Topaz." Glassy appeared at the door of the meeting room and looked curiously at Klein, who was waiting nearby. He was a man in his 30s. His skin was darker, and his pupils were dark green. His hair was light yellow and soft. He wore a white shirt, a black vest, and a monocle hung on his chest. He had a good temperament. The beautiful lady in charge of reception did not say much. She opened the Topaz room next to the conference room. Inside, the curtains were tightly shut and the light was dim. It was as if this was the only way to receive the revelation of God and Spirit and obtain accurate divination result. "Hello, I'm Glassy. I didn't expect you to choose me to do your divination." Glassy bowed in a gentlemanly manner and quickly entered the room. He sat behind the long table. "Frankly speaking, I'm only trying to divine for others. I don't have much experience. At the moment, I'm not a good fortune teller. You still have a chance to back out." After returning the greeting, Klein entered the room and closed the door behind him. He looked at the light that penetrated the curtains and said with a smile, "You are truly an honest gentleman. You're an honest man, but I'm a man who's very firm in his choices. Please have a seat." Glassy pointed at the seat opposite him and thought for a few seconds. "Divination is only my hobby. Heh, a person will often receive guidance from the gods in their lives, but ordinary people are unable to accurately interpret the Lord's intentions. This is the meaning of divination and also the reason why I joined this club. In this aspect, I don't have enough confidence in myself. Let's treat the divination from now on as an exchange, a free exchange. How about that? The club's fee will be borne by me. It's only a quarter penny." Klein didn't say yes, nor did he shake his head. Instead, he smiled and said, "I can tell that you have a good and decent job." As he spoke, he leaned forward slightly, clenched his right fist, and tapped his forehead twice. "But that doesn't increase the accuracy of my divination," Glassy replied humorously. He pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you have a headache? You wish to divine something related to your health?" "Just a little. I wish to divine the whereabouts of an item." Klein had long thought of an excuse as he slowly leaned back. In his eyes, Glassy's aura appeared clearly. The orange-red color of his lungs was dim and thin, and it affected the other brightness. "This isn't a sign of fatigue." Klein nodded indiscernibly. "Find a lost item?" Glassy thought for a few seconds. "Then, let's do a simple judgment." He pushed the neatly stacked tarot cards on the black table towards Klein. "Calm down and recall the item in your mind. Silently ask the question, can you still find it? At the same time, shuffle and cut the cards." "All right." In fact, Klein didn't remember what the ancient notebook looked like. All he could do was expand the question that needed to be silently asked. "Can you still find the Antigonus family's notebook?" As he repeated the process, he skillfully shuffled and cut the card. Glassy picked up a card from the top and pushed it horizontally in front of Klein. "Turn it clockwise to vertical, then flip it over. If it's in the reverse position, which means that the picture on the card is facing you, it means that the item can't be found. If it's in the forward position, then we can continue the divination to find its exact whereabout." Klein followed the instructions and turned the cards that were placed horizontally into a vertical position. He held the edge of the tarot card and flipped it over. It was a card with an inverted picture. "What a pity," Glassy sighed. Klein didn't respond because his attention was focused on the tarot card in front of him. The picture on the reversed card was of the Fool, who was wearing gorgeous clothes and a gorgeous headdress. "It's the Fool again? It can't be that coincidental, right?" According to the Hanging Man and Old Neil, divination is the result of spirituality and the spirit world communicating with a higher level me. Tarot cards are just tools to facilitate the interpretation of a symbolic revelation. In theory, it doesn't matter what divination item is used. It doesn't affect the outcome. Klein frowned slightly and thought for a moment. "Can I divine if the item has already been obtained by someone else?" "Absolutely. Let's do it again using the same method." Glassy nodded enthusiastically. Klein shuffled and cut the cards again as he pondered over the question. He drew a card, placed it horizontally, turned it clockwise to vertical, and completed his preparations with a serious expression. Taking a deep breath, Klein reached out and flipped the tarot card. "Please don't let it be the Fool again." While praying, he suddenly relaxed because the card appeared to be a star. Inverted. From the looks of it, that item hasn't been picked up by anyone else, Glassy explained with a smile. Klein nodded, raised his right hand, and tapped his glabella twice in thought. Then, he took out 2 dark brass pennies from his pocket and pushed them to Glassy. "Didn't I say it's free?" Glassy said with a frown. Klein smiled and stood up. "This is a sign of respect for divination." "All right, thank you for your generosity." Glassy stood up and extended his hand. After shaking hands, Klein took 2 steps back, turned around, and walked to the door before turning the doorknob. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned back and tersely acknowledged. "Mr. Glassy, I suggest you see a doctor as soon as possible. It's mainly a lung problem." "Why?" Glassy asked in surprise. "Is he cursing me because he's dissatisfied with the divination's results?" Klein thought and said, "It's a symptom that can be seen from your complexion. This is a symptom that can be seen from your complexion. Your eyebrows are dark. Black between the glabella." This was the first time Glassy was hearing such a description. Klein didn't explain further as he walked out of the room with a smile, closing the wooden door behind him. "Is he an unlicensed doctor or a rural apothecary?" Glassy shook his head in amusement as he picked up the silver mirror used for divination. He took a careful look and realized that his glabella was indeed black. However, this was a problem with the environment. Under the dim light that penetrated the curtains, not only was his glabella black, but his entire face was black. "A less than flattering joke," Glassy muttered. He divined his health worriedly and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with him. When he left the divination club, Klein had an additional plan for the future. It was to save money as soon as possible, pay the annual fee, and become a member of the club. From there, he could begin acting as a so-called seer. Why didn't he do it himself? It was because he had no resources or channels for the time being. He couldn't possibly stand on the streets as a street vendor. After all, he was a respectable person with a reputation. A few minutes later, he waited for a public carriage. He spent 2 pence and arrived at Zutland Street, which wasn't too far away. When he pushed open the door to the Blackthorn Security Company, he didn't see the familiar brown-haired girl. All he saw was the poet, the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell sitting behind the reception desk. "Good afternoon. Where's Roshan?" Klein asked after taking off his hat and bowing. Leonard smiled as he pointed at the partition door. "She's on duty at the armory tonight." Without waiting for Klein to ask further, Leonard said as though he was pondering something, "Klein, there's something I've always been puzzled about." "What is it?" Klein wore a blank look. Leonard stood up and smiled with a soothing tone. "Why did Welch and Naya commit suicide on the spot, while you returned home?" "It's likely that unknown existence wanted me to take the Antigonus family's notebook away and hide it," Klein said, making a widely accepted guess. Leonard paced a few steps before he suddenly turned and looked straight into Klein's eyes. Chapter 39. "In fact, I don't know if the notebook was destroyed or hidden. But I can deduce that if it wanted to be destroyed, it could have done so on the spot. There was no need for me to take it away." Hearing Leonard's question, Klein instantly activated his keyboard detective mode. He pondered and said, "Perhaps the unknown existence that Welch, Naya, and I came into contact with enjoyed the sacrifice of life, and wished for something similar to happen. Therefore, knowing that the suicide incident would definitely be discovered, it asked me to take the notebook away and hide it in preparation for a second enjoyment. But I don't know what went wrong in the process, but I didn't succeed in the end." This was a reasonable guess that Klein had based on the information, novels, movies, and television dramas he had read in his previous life that involved evil sacrifices. As for what went wrong in the process, he knew very well that it had to do with him, a transmigrator, as a variable. Not a bad explanation, but I think there might be another possibility. Welch's and Naya's suicide sacrifice made it possible for the unknown existence to descend. That notebook carried or nurtured evil. It asked you to take it away and hide it because it was afraid that we would discover it and destroy it before it was born. Leonard Mitchell elaborated on another possibility. Having said that, he stared into Klein's eyes and smiled. Of course, the notebook might have been destroyed in order to cover up its contents, to hide the true object that carried or nurtured evil. That way, your suicide attempt would have a sufficient explanation. What do you mean? Is he suspecting me? Suspecting that the original Klein's body carried or nurtured evil? No, he carried or nurtured a transmigrator. Nurture is a good word. Klein was taken aback as he lampooned inwardly. He deliberated and said, I won't defend myself. After all, I've really forgotten that part of my memory. But both Captain and Madame Daly have confirmed that I'm fine. Your joke isn't funny. I'm just investigating a possibility. I can't rule out the possibility that the unknown existence suffered a blow when it descended, causing you to fail to commit suicide. We have to believe that the goddess will always protect us. Leonard smiled and changed the topic. What did you discover this afternoon? After the conversation just now and what happened before, Klein was very wary of Leonard, but he replied without batting an eyelid, Leonard, I'm not afraid. No, I have to change my route tomorrow afternoon. He pointed at the partition. I have to go to the armory to get bullets. The shooting club would be open until 9 o'clock at night. After all, many of its members would only be free after work. May the goddess bless you. Leonard smiled and drew a circle in front of his chest that symbolized the crimson moon. Watching Klein pass through the partition and listening to his footsteps as he walked down the stairs, the smile on Leonard's face gradually disappeared. His green eyes were filled with doubt. He muttered something in a disgruntled tone. After going down the stairs, Klein walked along the corridor that was quietly illuminated by the gas lamp and turned towards the weapons, materials, and documents warehouse. The iron door here was wide open, and the brown-haired girl, Roshan, was standing in front of a long table, talking to a middle-aged man with a thick black beard and a half-top hat. Good afternoon, no, good evening. It's always like midnight here. Klein, I heard from old Neil that you've become a beyonder? What's his name, Seer? Roseanne turned her head and asked quickly. She did not hide her curiosity and concern. Klein nodded with a smile. Good afternoon, Miss Roshan. Although it's always dark here, it feels peaceful. Your description wasn't accurate enough. It should be said that the name of the sequence potion I consumed was Seer. You still chose to become a beyonder. Roshan sighed and fell silent. Klein looked at the middle-aged man beside him and asked politely, This is? Another member of the Nighthawks, or one of the two clerks I've never seen before. Roshan pursed her lips and said, Bright, our colleague? Brett, our colleague. He wants to switch shifts with me so that the night after tomorrow will be free. He and his wife are going to the North District Grand Theater to watch The Proud One to celebrate their 15th wedding anniversary. What a romantic gentleman. Bright smiled and stretched out his hand. With Miss Roshan around, there's no need to repeat anything. Hello, Klein. I didn't expect you to become a beyonder so quickly. As for me, I might never have the courage to do so. It's probably because the ignorant are fearless. Klein gave a self-deprecating remark and shook her hand. That's not a bad thing. Bright shook his head and smiled. A beyonder once told me before he died that I should never probe into strange and dangerous matters. The less I know, the longer I live. At this moment, Roshan interrupted. Klein, don't mind it too much. I heard from old Neil that your seer is considered a support. It's relatively safer as long as you don't attempt to communicate with unknown existences. Why are you wearing such clothes? You're not a gentleman at all. What are you doing here? To collect today's 30 bullets. Klein didn't answer Roshan's previous question. He believed that the lady would soon forget about it. All right. Roshan pointed at the table and said, Bright, I'll leave it to you. You should know where the keys and bullets are. Sigh, old Neil sure is stingy. He didn't even leave the hand-ground coffee behind. He promised to let me drink to my heart's content today. As she nagged, Klein collected the bullets. The two left the underground together and parted ways on Zutland Street. One took a public carriage home, while the other walked into the shooting club. Bang, bang, bang. Holding the gun, raising his arm, shooting, throwing out the cylinder, ejecting the cartridge, and inserting the bullet, Klein repeated this process over and over again, familiarizing himself with the feeling of shooting. Of course, he had a few breaks in between to summarize and revise. After finishing his practice, Klein used the venue to do various exercises like push-up. He worked hard to train his body and improve his physique. When everything was over, he took the trackless carriage home. Only then did he realize that it was almost 7 in the evening. The sky had already turned dark. Just as Klein planned on heading to the market or the streets to buy ingredients for dinner, he realized that the door had opened. Melissa had returned with a bag of stationery and books. In addition, she was carrying quite a number of dishes. I thought that you and Banson would be coming back rather late today. I took one solely from where you hid the money when I left in the morning, Melissa explained seriously out of habit when she saw her brother's puzzled gaze. You already took the money. Why didn't you take the public carriage to school? The reminder reminded Klein of what had happened in the morning. Melissa frowned slightly. Why should I take the public carriage? It costs 4 pence to go to school, which means 8 pence for a round trip. Including you and Banson, we will have to spend 24 pence a day on the public carriage. That's a total of 2 soldi. A week, excluding Sundays, that's 12 soldi. It's almost equivalent to our rent. Stop, stop, stop. Don't show off your math skills. Klein pressed his hand down in amusement. Melissa paused before adding, It's pretty good for me to walk to school. It's pretty good for me to walk to school. The teacher said that everyone should exercise regularly. Besides, I can pick up some broken parts on the way. Klein chuckled and said, Then let's do the math again. The public carriage costs 12 soldi, and the rent is 12 soldi and 3 pence. That's a total of £1, 4 soldi and 3 pence. We can use Banson's salary to pay for it, so there's still quite a bit left. He received last week's salary. As for me, I can still receive £1, 10 soldi every week. Even if we eat meat every day, even if we include the cost of gas, coal, wood, condiments, and so on, if we eat frugally for lunch, there'll still be leftovers. We can even subscribe to the morning paper for 1 penny a day. 2 months later, after I've made up for my advance salary, I can save money to buy new clothes for Banson and you. But, we have to consider the unexpected. Melissa insisted on her unchanging point of view. Klein looked at her with a smile and said, Then we can eat less meat. Don't you think it's a waste of time to spend 100 minutes on the road every day? We can use it to read more books, consider more problems, and improve our grades. This way, Melissa, you can graduate with excellent grades and find a job with a good salary. When that happens, what's there to worry about? He used his past experience in debating with people on the forum and finally convinced Melissa to agree to take the public carriage to school. Phew, I've finally hoodwinked her. No, how can it be called hoodwinking? This is called convincing through reasoning. Klein lampooned inwardly. He took the groceries that Melissa bought and sighed. Remember to buy beef, lamb, or chicken tomorrow. Eat your fill and eat well. Only then will you have a healthy body and a smart brain to deal with difficult studies. Just saying it makes me want to salivate. Melissa pursed her lips and was silent for a few seconds. All right. The next morning, Klein and Banson parted ways at the street corner after supervising Melissa to board the public carriage and arrived at their respective companies. Just as Klein stepped through the door, he saw old Neil and Roshan chatting at the reception desk. The former was still dressed in a classic black robe, seemingly unbothered by the gazes of others. The latter had changed into a light yellow dress. Good morning, Mr. Neil, Miss Roshan, Klein took off his hat and bowed. Old Neil gave him a mischievous look. Good morning. You didn't hear anything you shouldn't have last night, right? No, I slept very well. Klein was also rather puzzled by this. He could only attribute it to his lack of spiritual perception. Haha, don't mind it. It's actually not that easy to hear. Old Neil pointed at the partition. Let's go to the armory. We'll continue our mysticism class this morning. Klein nodded and followed Old Neil down the stairs and underground to the armory. He replaced Bright, who was on duty last night. What do we need to learn today? Klein asked curiously. Old Neil gave a long grunt and said, Complex basic knowledge. Complex basic knowledge. But before that, let me teach you an interesting technique.